Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 8 of the hearing. We've got member Bates online again this morning, so he might have a few questions that we will be able to hear from him remotely. And we also have a few submitters this morning who will be appearing online. We are aware that there has been some issues with Telstra, so we'll do our best in terms of trying to accommodate the logistics. We do have a few little gaps in the timetable, so if we need a little bit of extra time to get things working, we will do that. Just on the timetable, a small update as well. So I think we indicated yesterday that Mr. Tyson Williams will not be appearing, so we'll have a gap at 10:40. And also we've heard from Mr. Peter Barker, and he's indicated that he's also not going to be appearing. So we'll be reviewing their written submissions, but they won't be presenting today. The committee has a list of questions for the proponent, but before we launch into that, I might just ask the proponent if there was any other preliminary matters before we get started. Okay. Any other parties, Mr. Schinkel? No. And any parties online had any preliminary matters? Okay, all right. All right, well, we'll just go to the questions now, and just for the benefit of people who might not have listened in yesterday, these questions are just we've we heard from the proponent yesterday, and there will be an opportunity for closing. So these are just a couple of further questions of clarification that we're not expecting an answer today, but tomorrow would be helpful. So the first question was in relation to called the EMF and the EDS, but I guess the controls that are proposed for the project. You indicated in your submission yesterday that there was an aim to reduce duplication between the sort of project-specific controls and existing legislative obligations and the environmental watering framework. We're assuming you're making that submission on the basis that you're submitting that overall there'll be a biodiversity benefit. And we note that many of the specialists and experts that have been involved and we've heard from to date have obviously relied on the controls that are proposed to support their conclusion that there'll be not significant residual effects or an overall benefit. We're just interested to know how much content in the EMF and the EDF reflect the current legislative requirements or the environmental watering framework, and just in terms of whether their conclusions are contingent on the project-specific controls, or the other legislation and things that are sort of bundled up into that documentation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. The second question is a closely related question. You made some submissions yesterday about the independent environmental auditor, and you indicated that for this particular project that you were suggesting that it would only be necessary for the construction phase and not the operational phase of the project. Given your other submissions, I'll just run through around the residual effects and overall benefits to biodiversity. We're just wondering whether there was also a pathway to rely on the existing legislative frameworks during that construction phase as well. Okay. And then the last one from me before I throw to member Bates is we've reviewed the submissions that have come through today, so I'm sure you've probably done the same, but there was a few submissions about some EPBC matters and listing of particular species and the Ramsar obligations, which I think we'll hear from Mr. Schinkel shortly. But we just wanted to clarify in terms of where the limits of our jurisdiction were in relation to EPBC matters. What's the scope of that? Okay, I'll just throw to member Bates, who's online.
Good morning. My question relates to the status of the access tracks. In your Part A submission, you detail the kilometre length of the access tracks, and I just want to clarify which access tracks are existing and the extent of proposed access tracks, because my understanding from when we did the site inspection that the only new access track was the one to Broken Axle Creek, which was across that former cleared paddock area.
Yes, that's right, but we can commit that to writing if you like, Member Bates.
Yeah, so what I want to understand is that all of the other tracks are upgrades to existing tracks.
That's right.
Thank you.
And that was in the context of the requirement for the fire access track plan that was requested from DECA.
Yes, there is some context about that that we'll explain in our reply, but
we'll hear from them today as well. So yeah. Okay. And Member Elliott had another question.
I just had a question to do with the EDS, and I was looking at EMF2, Construction Environmental Management Plan, and I was also looking at a number of biodiversity type plans within the EDS, which also need to be prepared. The sub-plans, I understand, are sub-plans under the CEMP, EMF2. I'm just wondering, for clarity, that we would add to that last sentence, the construction EMP must be approved by the Secretary to DECA, but we would also say the plan adds any sub-plans. I know it's implicit, but I'm just wondering if you think, for clarity, that we add that in.
understand all that.
Thank you.
Okay. That was all the questions from the committee. So thank you. And you're clear on the questions? Yes. Okay. All right. So next we were going to hear from Ms. Dickens, who I think we met on the site visit. I understand that she'll be appearing online and she's representing the Central Murray Environmental Floodplain and Gumbower District Landcare Group. Just checking if we have Ms. Dickens online at the moment. And if so, could you just turn your camera on and microphone just to do a little test?
Hi, Chair. It's Amy here. Ms. Dickens is online, but there she is.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I think we could see her, but could you just turn your microphone, unmute yourself, Ms. Dickens? Yeah, that's it.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, that's coming through loud and clear. Thank you. Okay, we're in your hands. So we've got a copy of your original submission and other material that you've sent through. And if you need any help with the IT, just let us know and we can pause if needed.
So I'm not quite sure how to bring up the PDF file. Which
PDF do you want to bring up? Is that the one that you emailed through to the project team?
Yes, the presentation I emailed through yesterday.
Okay.
Is that what you want to take us through today, your presentation?
Yes.
We've actually got Mr. Forrester has offered to share that, so maybe if you could just tell him when you want the slide changed, and we'll get it up on the screen in a minute. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and can you see that, Ms. Dickens?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, over to you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you to the panel for letting me have the opportunity today to present what I have. Next slide, please. Community concerns are informed by generations of lived experience and local knowledge of flood behaviour. Community holds serious and well-founded concerns regarding extent, footprint, and long-term implications of the proposed VMFRP infrastructure and the timing and frequency of these managed environmental watering scenarios. VMFRP risks causing unintended ecological damage, altering natural flood dynamics, and increasing long-term management burdens, and further eroding community trust in both the project and responsible agencies. Next slide, please. The independent review panel of SDL Adjustment Ecological Elements Method Trial Implementation noted in its report that using works and measures to adjust the SDL represents a large-scale experimental manipulation of a river system, which has never been trialled before, with references there. In 2019, the Murray-Darling Royal Commission report examined if it was possible to achieve the same environmental outcomes while using less water. It concluded the scientific method was robust, but also novel and untried, without precedent, and no one should assume that the adoption of the method is without significant uncertainty or risk. One risk to the VMFRP pump station on the Murray River due to extensive erosion occurring at the site. Next slide, please. So the chart shows the floods that's happened over since 1889 through to 2023. The elevation on the bank at the Murray River at the proposed pump station at Brereton Road is 88 metres AHD. Prior to the 2022 floods, extensive erosion was observed on the New South Wales bank and the Victorian bank of the Murray River. The chart opposite demonstrates the flood levels in metres at the Echuca Wharf and flows through Turrumbry Weir from 1889 to 2023 during significant flood years. The chart tells a story of a second flood occurring the following year. Flood volumes are shown as megalitres per day. Future flooding events in the Murray River will be an ongoing threat to the Brereton Road pump station due to the erosion that is occurring on the banks of the Murray River. In many places, the original flood levee bank has been eroded and or lost completely as the bank continues to slump. But just noting the actual measurements, we see that in, I don't have the megalitres per day recorded prior to the 75 floods, but it shows the Echuca height at the Murray and the megalitres per day that flow through Turrumbry Weir. And highlighted in colour, the 73, 74 floods, so 3 floods on top of each other. Then the extended dry period to 1983, the actual megalitres per day. So you have to have a, looking at the chart, it does show that there's been extended long periods between droughts right through until 2023. But when we do have a flood, there is one flood on top of each other. And you can see how high the floods were, 51,000, 50,000. They're pretty much the same throughout those number of years. And of course, would you believe there is a flood coming through at the moment? It's not quite as big, but we had extensive rain Next slide, please. So I'm showing you a copy of the Brereton Road Pump Station plan that the VMFRP Stakeholders Advisory Group was shown this draft of the proposed pump station on the Murray River, which would pump 125 megalitres per day to deliver e-water to the Middle Forest. The dimension of this draft far exceeds the pump illustrated in the recent video presented to the panel during the hearing. So just looking at that diagram, it shows the actual pump structure in the ground on the banks of the river, and you can actually see the elevation and the slope of the actual bank. But the next slide will show the actual erosion that has occurred. This photo was taken on the 14th of January 2022, which was what was it, 9 months before the flood arrived in October 22. So you can already see that where we visited the pump site, where the straight cut channel was or is, the boat ramp in relation to this is the pump site. So the undercutting of the banks is you know, a potential problem for the actual pump site. Next slide, please. So this shows the footpath, which is the pump site is in this area. So this is the actual, it looks like a footpath, but it's actually the original flood bank or a flood levee. And this was, so we were looking downstream, and just as an indication, the height of the river on the 23rd of January 23, there was 6,670 megalitres flowing through. So that's what that amount of megalitres looks like in the river. Next slide, please. This again is looking downstream upstream, and this is the pump site area here. And these trees have just fallen down during the last flood. Next slide, please. And once again, this demonstrates that the pump site is here, and this is the bank that's eroded since the 22 floods. Next slide, please. And once again, this photo was taken at the edge of the boat ramp, looking downstream, and this is the number of trees that have fallen in since during the last flood. Next slide, please. And this is a view of the river at the east side of the Brereton Road pump site. And this was taken in on the 9th of September 2022. So this here is the edge of the top bank. This is where the actual boat ramp is, and this is the edge of the other bank. This large red gum tree is already sitting in the water, and the flow rate on that day, on the 22nd of September 2022, was 33,016 megalitres per day. The next day, it had already risen to 33,802 megalitres per day. And then when the flood peaked, it was 555,147 megalitres per day. So this photograph here was taken before the flood level peaked on the 3rd of November 2022. Next slide, please. So this is from the same photograph point, looking towards, this is the boat ramp. And this area here is where the proposed pump site is supposed to be going. The next slide, please. So here we have on the 10th of October, the flood was starting to recede. And at this stage, this small levee bank here, which was probably put there by the local resident at the farm over here, during the peak flood, it was starting to flow onto Brereton Road. So he stopped the flood coming onto Brereton Road. So on this day, the flood level was 46,210 megalitres per day. And you can see it's still being held back by this shallow levee. Next slide, please. So this is where we did during the hearing visits at Masters Landing. Everybody had a look at the old house there, and this is the erosion that was the photograph was taken on the 5th of February 2022, and this was 9 months before the actual flood in 2022 arrived. Next slide, please. The bank erosion causes clay to slump into the river, in turn causes more turbidity and reduces water quality for crayfish, fish, yabbies, turtles, and town water supplies. Silt and water turbidity and other pathogens are a big problem for town water treatment facilities. Now that might not be anything to do with the actual VMFRP project, but during the hearing visit, like Charlie Lagoon, the scene, this was a photograph taken on that day, and turbid water and lack of aquatic vegetation. Dr. Peter Gell did a study on turbidity, and so it was mentioned that turbidity is a threat to aquatic wetland plants as the suspended clay particles prevent sunlight reaching the plants. Turbidity is a threat to wetlands. So next slide, please. So there is a big difference between pumping e-waters through the forest compared to natural floods, because flood builds up momentum as it flows through the forest. The plants germinate as the water is flowing through the forest floor. Spike, sedge, water ribbons, nadu, floodplain grasses. As the flood builds up, it flows through the forest at a brisk walking speed or can flow faster through flood runners. And I've witnessed this every time a flood comes through, personal experience. Spur Creek and Broken Axle Creek are flood runners. Regulators and a drop structure is planned on these flood runners. During natural flood, how is it possible that these structures could be operated properly during the onset of a large flood? In many cases, the flood can, really build up during, overnight. Next slide, please. The flood runners have been carved over hundreds of years of floods. They are like arteries taking the water from the river onto the floodplain. As the water recedes, the flood runners drain the water off the floodplain. In depressions or shallow pools left after the flood recedes, tiny fish, native or alien, get left behind to become food for the wading birds, like herons that come to the forest after the flood. Next slide, please. So this is the actual flood flowing through in the forest, and these are water ribbon and spike sheds growing in the flood water. So the water's actually moving there, but obviously I can't do it on this presentation.
Okay.
Next slide. Next slide, please. That's the last one. The photo of the floodplain is seen from a red rise, which is where the flood waters do not reach. Next slide, please. And in closing, I've included the photos of what the box forest looks like after a flood. Next slide, please.
I think that might be the end of the slide pack.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity.
No worries. Thanks for your presentation and sending all that material through to us. I'll just check with Member Elliott if you had any questions.
So a question of clarification, Ms Dickens, are you more concerned that the natural floods that have occurred over this time period that you showed in another one of your slides will not continue to occur as part of this project, or are you more concerned with the project itself?
Well, the concern is that the possibility of having, historically, there's floods through, you have a wetting and dry periods, or floods or droughts. It's been like that for generations. Even in the 20th, the 19th and 21st century. And so these floods are going to come, and the forest has actually developed over several thousands of years. And because we're in a semi-arid region, the aquatic of the forest and the forest vegetation has evolved over long dry periods and flood periods. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
That's good. Just check. Member Batteste, did you have any questions from Ms Dickens?
Yes, I've just got one question. We've had evidence that without the project, the health of the forest is declining. What do you say about that?
Well, I don't believe that is the case. I've been lived next to the forest over the last 37 years, and it's like I live right next to the forest, and I go out there about every second or third day, but I can see the forest from my kitchen window. And so I'm very familiar with the forest. I've actually been out in a flood in the early days in the 1990s, and these were quite large floods. And knowing the tracks on the river, I actually could find out or observe where the water was flowing through the forest, and I can see the obstacles that are going to be put in with this project, especially the actual regulators and or drop structures that are being placed or proposed to be placed within the forest.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions for you, Ms Dickens. So thanks for your time, and also thanks for coming along to the site inspection a couple of weeks ago. And I think we're familiar with those sites that you pointed out. Some of them we saw on the site visit as well. So it's been helpful to have the pictures to remind us of where we are. Okay, thank you. Now,
Thank you.
our next presenter, you're already here. So it's, is it Mr. Shingle rather than Ms. Hunt? Is that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Just checking. Okay. All right, so we received a copy of the written submission, and then there was also some attachments that you sent through sort of the day before as well. So
And a big thank you to the clerical staff, their quick turnover.
Oh.
They got to be acknowledged. The attachments were all given numbers, so it was a lot easier to include in the thing, a reference to document 73.
I'll make sure they're listening to the
Yes.
thank you. All right, so we've got a copy of the submission. So if you want to take us through that, and then if you want to refer to any bits and pieces as you're going, can do.
Well, first of all, I've been told to, and I genuinely thank you for the opportunity and appreciate the time to do this. Now, this is the Friends of the Koalas Incorporated Association. It's a voluntary organisation based on Phillip Island with the aims of creating community awareness of koalas and the problems facing them, and re-establishing and conserving Indigenous vegetation. Now, Friends of the Koalas is also registered with the ACNC, Australian Charities Commission. Now, a quarterly newsletter is produced, and I've got a copy here. Feel free to take one, read at your leisure on the file.
Was that one of the documents you've emailed
No,
through?
that's just
we can take a copy, and if we need to table it with you.
at your
Thank
leisure.
you. Yes.
So that's produced. Now, to the actual submission itself. The matter of the koala in the project area in both New South Wales and Victoria. Now, document 54, which is the date of 23rd of June this year and produced by the department, states there are elements of both projects that are outside of Victoria. Now, attachment number 1, which you've already got, document 73A, is a map produced by the Australian Koala Foundation of a known koala habitat in the Gunbower. Now, I called this up on a much larger screen, and the detail is quite good. It takes you from the Gunbower National Park all the way up to the State Forest, and quite good, everything east of the Kahuna. And going back to what Mr. Bettis said about access tracks, actually drill down the detail on this if you've got the right apparatus, and you can actually see these access tracks. It's quite amazing under the red and the green. Now, the red and the green is the important things, and the legend there of the bright red and the dark green indicate a potential koala habitat. So that's the concern about Friends of the Koalas, the presence there in both Victoria and New South Wales of koala habitat. So that's map number 1. Now, attachment number 2 is also a map produced by the Australian Koala Foundation of habitat in the Benmore Guttrum area. And you've got Benmore to the north and Guttrum to the south. And it's the same arrangement. And it's actually quite a good map. Now, these maps show koala habitat in Victoria and outside of Victoria in New South Wales. Now, the koala is listed as endangered in New South Wales under the EPBC Act as at February 22. And the impacts of the proposal on koalas in New South Wales has not, we say, been assessed in the documentation presented to the hearing. So that's
Mr. Shingle, I think you might have heard the question we put to Mr. O'Farrell before. Obviously,
jurisdictional question.
Yeah, I guess
Yes.
we've been appointed by the Minister for Planning in Victoria, and we're operating under Victorian legislation. I understand, I guess, your concerns, but just in terms of, I guess, focusing on the things that are in Victoria, we can, I guess, consider them. Might be more helpful. Yeah,
Well, that takes us to the next paragraph then.
Okay.
In relation to the koala in Victoria, the documentation, the expert witness statements, and the presentations in support of the proposal make no reference to what is called the Victorian Koala Management Strategy, and that's my attachment number 3, which is the document 73C, and you would have read it. You know. Within that strategy, there's this identification of fragmentation of habitat as an issue. We say The proposed destruction of trees for the project clearly represents a fragmentation of habitat. So, on the matter of the status and differing classifications of the koala in the project area, the matter of the status and differing classifications of the koala in the project area has not been resolved, and the matter of the continued survival of the koala in the basin, and in particular in the project area, has not been addressed. And there is a simple requirement for the setting of science-based water recovery targets that would allow browse trees to be retained and flourish through the applying of the primary purpose of the Water Act 2007, as we say. The restoration of longitudinal connectivity of rivers through their length to critical base flows has the benefit of ultimately countering fragmentation of koala habitat. You don't need to undertake this clearing, a key concern in the Victorian koala management strategy. Now, the koala has the potential to be a salient species for transparent monitoring, auditing and reporting to increase accountability. But regrettably, the species has not been given adequate consideration in the project documentation. The protection of the iconic koala has the consequential benefit of the preserving of the habitat of myriad other species, including threatened species. Now, move on to the matter of Australia's obligations under the Ramsar Convention. Now, our attachment number 4, document 73D, is the 18th of 12/23 referral decision by Tanya Plibersek, Federal Minister of the Environment, that proposed clearing in the Western Port Ramsar site in Victoria, which I overlook every day, is clearly unacceptable. As with Western Port, the proposed clearing in the Gunbower Ramsar site will have unacceptable impacts on a matter protected by Part 3 of the EPBC Act, with the relevant controlling provisions being Section 16 and 17B concerning wetlands of international importance. Now, within Victoria, the further importance that deserves to be given to the obligations under the Ramsar Convention in regard to the Gunbower Ramsar site is emphasised by the Victorian Auditor-General choosing to undertake an audit meeting obligations to protect Ramsar wetlands. And that audit is attachment number 5, document 73E. And there is a particular section that goes through every Ramsar site in Victoria, and Gunbower is in there. It is apparent the proposal is not being done within the constraints of the Ramsar Convention. Now we go to document 20, which is the technical note 02, the Hattah Lakes North Floodplain Restoration Project, a case study. Now, document 20 by the proponent has not been the subject of auditing for ground truth, nor has the document been assessed against attachment number 6, 73F, which is the 28th of May 2026 Statement of Reasons by the Federal Department for the Hattah Lakes North Floodplain Restoration Project. So it's a series of conditions and reasons for their determination on the Hattah Lakes North Floodplain Project, and it's a worthwhile exercise to compare document 20 with what's required to be done under the federal approval.
Can I just clarify there that
Sure.
the statement of reasons you're referring to the Commonwealth decision on the Hattah project?
Yes, which is the subject of
as to
document
why
20.
it was a controlled action. Is that?
Well, it was determined to be a controlled action in 2020.
Yes.
And a decision was made, and these are the statement of reasons for the decision.
Okay.
This was generated quite recently. For some reason, they felt obliged that they had to state this statement of reasons again as of 26th of May, quite recently. So I think the document itself has an earlier date than that, but re-released, if you know what I mean.
Sort of, yes.
Yes, it's there's a sequence.
That's fine.
I understand.
Yeah.
Controlled action,
Yeah.
yes. A decision, yes, and then a statement of reasons why
Yes.
why we made that decision we did, and which sets a series of conditions and things to be done. And it would make an interesting comparison to what's done, the claims in document 20 versus that. It's an interesting study, but we'll see how we go. Now, on that matter of someone possibly to make this review and assessment, attachment number 7, 73G, is the quite recent media release by Minister Watt, which is the new era for Australia's environment, the National Environment Protection Agency. And we say it would be worthwhile for this committee to give consideration to referring document 20 and the Hatter Lakes North Floodplain Restoration Project to the National Environment Protection Agency for assessment, auditing and monitoring. Then we move on to something that's emerged quite recently, and that is the presence of migratory bird species in the project area, and considerations have to be made. The evidence of Mr. Holmes confirms the presence of migratory bird species in the project area. Attachment number 8 is the 22nd of June 2006 media release by Minister Watt, called an Emergency Environment Ministers Meeting Communique regarding the Avoid, Record, Report public advice on the suspected bird flu cases. So we set out a protocol of the way to react to presence in this country of bird flu. And we say the proposed documentation and the evidence presented, including that of Mr. Holmes, offer no response to the bird flu threat and the protocols required. Now, the ecological health of the project area, and I think the lady before me encapsulated it pretty well. As a resident there 37 years, sees the forest, and she has an assessment that the forest is in good shape by her assessment. We say a key determinant of the ecological health of the area is the trees proposed to be destroyed. It's a perverse irony that trees that are providing habitat for koalas and myriad other species are to be destroyed, trees that are an indicator of ecological health. The situation is made worse by tree clearing in a Ramsar site, contrary, we say, to the Ramsar Convention. And that is submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shinkle, have you turned your mind to look at the EDS controls at all as part of the environmental management framework? I can't remember.
As you said, I can't remember
the document number.
I recall saying EDS. I thought, oh, another acronym, but I've got to read this. And I went through it, EDS.
Yes,
and
there's a number of plans proposed in there for biodiversity, including a construction fauna management plan and a construction weed and pest management and so forth. Have you thought about how they might contribute to protection also of koalas, or if they don't?
Well, I searched these documents for the word koala, and there's like very little reference.
Oh, so my question is really that koala is included as fauna, and do you feel that this control would also assist in protection of koalas during that construction period?
Oh, protecting a koala during construction. If the trees are to be chopped down with a koala in it, that's a catastrophe, I think.
Okay, so that's all my questions for yourself, and so maybe for the proponent, if they can address us back on how they also provide for koalas. Yes, thank you.
Member Batteste, did you have any questions for Mr. Shinkle?
No, I have no questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Shinkle. Thanks for coming along, and
Thanks for the
also
time,
thank you for making yourself available. I think you came in another day as well, so
Yeah, we could go.
thank you. Okay, now I understand that the next submitter we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. The next submitter's not online at the moment. We might just take a short break. I've just received a message. Just a second, I'll just read the message before we might just take a short break and come back at, maybe make it 5 to 11. Oh, hold on. Is that okay? Yeah, we'll make it 5 to 11 just to give a little bit of time to organise things. Just have a little break now. All right, thank you.
So naturally, we did have to prioritize the flowing value because so that's
Morning, everyone. I don't know whether I think the microphone should be working for those online. We're still just waiting on the next party who is due to be heard. He's not available online. And Ms McKay has got a very particular window when she's available. So I think we're going to stand the matter down again till 11:15. And if Mr Black arrives, we can maybe hear from him after Mr McKay. He might be having Telstra issues, so we'll just see what we can do. But we'll come back at 11:15. Thank you. All right, welcome back from the break, everyone. We understand that Ms. McKay is online. She's also just sent through some documents on the Google Drive that we've got Mark from the sort of tech support area. Is that you? No. Yeah, sorry. We have a hypothetical person called Mark who will be helping to do the sharing. Have you had enough time to kind of open things up?
Demo's not working.
Oh, okay. We do have a few Telstra problems. Sorry, Ms. McKay, we can see you on screen. We're just, you can turn your camera on, that's fine. Just one thing I'm going to check before we hear from Ms. McKay actually was whether Jeffrey Black was online at all. Maybe under a different name. No, okay, all right. Ms. McKay, I'm just wondering if you could just pop your screen on. Yeah, thank you. We understand you're sort of on your lunch break or break from work at the moment with a bit of limited time. So we're just wondering, in terms of the documents, we're just having a few issues downloading them. Are you able to present? We will be able to access the documents eventually. Is it possible
Sure.
to without them?
It's a challenge, but I think if I can do it, what I've taken is screenshots that are just of, let me read what it is, from the fish management plan from that. Look, I don't need to present that if it's not
I think
necessary, but sorry.
We've just heard from Mark that he might have the documents now, so it looks like he'll be able to do the sharing from now on. So what we'll do is then, if you take us through your submission, we've obviously received and read your original submission that you made.
Yes.
And then we'll hear from you today on the additional material, and maybe just call out so Mark can know what to pull up on the screen.
Great. I just wanted to say that to keep it relevant to this, I've just used essentially the Special Assessment C Surface Water ERE for the Gunbower and Guttram Fenwell Forests, the report that's part of the documents. So I wanted to speak to certain aspects of those.
Yep.
I would just mention one aspect. I couldn't find, and I spoke about this, that I couldn't find the fish management plan. I'm sure it probably is somewhere in the documents, but often they're consistent with one another. However, I will get to that later. I think I'd like to present first. There's a photograph of all of they're not really documents, they're really photographs and screenshots of the proponents' documents, but I have put a photograph of my son in the water, which I would like to show.
Okay, thank you. It might be a bit of a lag, so we'll let you know when it's up on the screen.
Sure. So then the next one I would like to show is a graph.
Oh, we haven't, sorry, Ms. McKay, we haven't seen that yet. We're just a second.
Ms. McKay, do you have the photo number? The photo.
I've got an idea. How about we could start with the last one, that just go from the last one you received to just start wherever they arrived. I can speak to them. They're not so many, or they're all related to one another essentially. But if we could, there is one with a graph on it of flows at Turrumbary. It's from your own documents. That would be a good place to start.
Can we just inquire what sort of volume of documents we're talking about here and what they are?
Oh, that's great. That's a good place to begin.
Just maybe, Ms. McKay, sorry, normally we receive the documents the day before. The proponents just asked how many documents is there just a couple of?
There's about 14 photos, but the photos we don't have to dwell on them for long, but I can just speak to them.
Okay, all right. We'll give you an opportunity if you need a little bit more time to review them.
That's
okay,
great.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can start with this. Later on, we'll see a graph, and it's from the proponents' documents. Throughout applications and with the VMFR project, it repeatedly states that the decline of the forest, the red gum parks and the floodplain is due to over-extraction and river regulation since 1930. However, I would like to put forward a different proposition, and that is that most of the decline, which you see in this photograph, which is taken in, I believe, 2021, is caused by the Turrumbary rule, which came about I believe, in relation to not allowing free flows of environmental water. So the graph that you'll see afterwards shows that there's a very strong decline in flows after around 2012. Prior to that, there's 10 years of the Millennium Drought after water was marketised, which also relates to over-extraction. So if we could, where's the graph? Here's the graph. Yeah, you can see that one. Yes, correct. So if we show that one, I can speak to that. Now, it may well be correct that flood time the length of the floods have reduced, but you will see a very distinct decline in the regular flows from around 95, 2000. That was when water was marketised. Before we brought back environmental water, there's the Millennium Drought with some small, but prior to that, we have got a very healthy floodplain in the mid-Murray, and you can see that the flows required by, as described in the proponents' documents, those floods regularly hit the floodplain between 1950 and the year 2000, and that is my experience until I was a woman of approximately 32 years of age. So we would have high rivers in late winter and spring, and the closer floodplain, it certainly may have had not the length of the inundation, but it would be fully inundated almost every year. Maybe the black box country didn't get inundated, but it doesn't require the same amount of flooding. But as you can see from this graph, there was very good regular flows into the floodplain, and lakes, creeks and billabongs in our region between, I would say, I could probably say from Kundruk all the way to Robinvale were regularly inundated. And the photograph that is of my son, we'll see somewhere along the white line, was taken in 1996, and it shows billabongs in very good health with moira grass. You may not have received that photograph, that's okay.
Ms. McKay, can I just clarify, just when you refer to these extracts, could you just maybe give us a bit of context about which document it's extracted from, even if it's not the document number, just so we can track that down?
Okay, so what I'm talking about is the flows here, and these are from the surface water report within the proponent's documents, and this is a graph I've seen many times, and it's also in line with our experience. What you'll also see is that from 2011, where you've got the large flood of 2011, but we've got the smaller floods. We've also had an exacerbation, rather than having a lot of medium-sized floods, we've got some very big floods in 2011, 2016 and 2022. What I would like to talk about in relation to this graph, and it does relate to a lot of the what is put forward as facts in the proponent's documents, is that in this period where there was regular flooding, there was never any systemic blackwater event recorded in history. There are some very minor small events, but there were never any systemic blackwater events. The first of those events occurred in 2011 and killed 80% of the crayfish in the mid-Murray. And then we had another event in 2016 that largely affected the Warkle and Edwards, and another event in 2023 that affected the mid-Murray. What I would like to show from this graph is that it is essential that we aim for higher flows and regular higher flows into the floodplain to flush the system out, or else we are going to continually cause, on a regular basis every 5 or so years, cause catastrophic fish deaths. And we have also, through these blackwater events, killed most of the aquatic plant life in the billabongs and creeks of the Mid-Murray. Hypoxic water is spoken about in the proponents' documents, which will follow this graph, as being a natural event. We could speak about any disease as being natural, but you avoid it at all costs. And when you can see what is the solution, that is the solution that is understood by human experience in the Mid-Murray. And I think we should take this very seriously. So we've caused the lack of regular flushing flows through the floodplain has caused catastrophic decline of aquatic plant, fish and fish life. And it is necessary for us to return to a situation where we have not the flows pre-regulation, but the type of flows that occurred in the 70s and 80s and midnight up to mid-90s, where we have a seasonal flush of the system. It is impossible to avoid recurrence of blackwater events. And I dispute the proponents' claim that it's acceptable. It seems to be acceptable to have these events both inside the projects themselves, and it's called as a natural event, when the aquatic plant and animal life was vibrant in the billabongs and creeks of this area. We did not have blackwater and dead water that was toxic to life occur. The billabongs, the water may have stayed in there and been not moving water, but because it was regularly flushed, there was not an overload of carbon. There was enough plant and animal life in those billabongs and creeks that they were still organic and alive. We can move to any slide, essentially. I can speak to them, but this is a really important one. If we go to the, let's go to the first slide that's been submitted, and I'll speak very briefly about things on those slides. Oh, actually, yeah, no, go on. So this is in regard to, I've just wanted to bring up the fish management plan because I was not able to find it, but I did notice that they were very similar for all documents. This is a general statement about infrastructure style managed floodplain inundations at Kundruk, Karakuta, Gumba and Hatta, that the large bodied fish response has been poor. In the documents, it says that we're unlikely to get large bodied fish moving into the creeks. I would just like to say from local knowledge, and my great-grandfather-in-law was a professional fisherman, and indeed professional fishermen would confirm that they put fish nets into the creeks because cod indeed went into the creeks in the floodplain to breed, and so do golden perch. Can we go to the next slide? This one. So this is from the fish management plan from VMFRP, and this was, many people, local people, have brought up their concerns about this method of irrigating the floodplain, taking away the flow aspect. This is the fish management plan from VMFRP Park, and I'd just like to point out how really impractical and in fact ludicrous the mitigation strategies are to change it from a high chance of low dissolved oxygen, which is black water or hypoxic water, to a moderate risk. It only reduces it to a moderate risk. Now we have some things that may be sensible: commence watering as early as possible, maintain through flow, monitor the dissolved oxygen and water temperature. What I'd like to say about this is the proponents have no commitment to what sort of river heights regime they will have to ensure that we have flowing water through these structures, but managing the consequences. And I will state that every person who lives in this region who takes notice of the river has seen black water on the floodplain and been distressed and seen fish deaths. Managing outflow rates and river flows. We know that these things, river flows, are very complicated to manage. It's a constipated process. It's not agile. It is not easy to manage river flows to flush through water in a system where the dam is, 800 kilometres upstream, or I'm just making an estimate there. But that is not it's not a click of the fingers to do that. The other one is delay outflows if river flows are too low. Well, that's likely that river flows will be too low. And so we're going to keep the toxic water on the floodplain and kill whatever's living there. This is where it gets to in a hilarious point. Dispose of hypoxic water by pumping to higher wetlands. So this is very personnel and labour heavy and intensive, with a lot of monitoring required. But then we get to the last one, which says agitated water using infrastructure, which is machinery, to increase aeration. This is not a sustainable model for a large river system like the Murray-Darling. Anyway, so I hope I've made my point that the mitigation strategies buried in the fish management plan, if we're doing these projects to create a good environmental outcome, how can they have impacts that are so negative that they're to bring those negative consequences from a high to a moderate risk? You need to do such strategies, and there is no proof that they'll work. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the benefits to we can move from this slide. It's not particularly relevant. Thanks. These are some pictures of structures proposed, not very natural looking and disturbing to everyone who lives in this area, who visits these places on a very regular basis for comfort, relaxation and recreation. They visit natural places. We have many, many irrigation farms, but people visit the red gum parks for holidays. People who live there go every week for fishing, camping and swimming, and they do not want to see this type of infrastructure. Thanks. Next slide. Is it possible to make this a little larger? So, okay, so another thing that we have wanted to mention, and I'll speak to some slides that are a bit further down, is that through having experienced the 2022-23 flood, we all became much more conscious in this area of what a very large flood looks like. I was a child when the 1974 flood occurred. And there is great concern in our community that it is completely misjudged to put all these barriers inside the publicly owned floodplain. The red gum parks exist because they are floodplain and they take up water. If they didn't take up water during very high, medium, but very importantly, very high flood water events, then flooding would occur on private land worse. The only reason they weren't taken up as farms is that they flooded so regularly, and therefore, but also they are needed. So what I would like to point out, there's this, and there may be further to understand in the planning, but they've been given a different planning system, so they don't have to go through the same flooding planning permits that other people building houses or sheds or modifying roads would have to go through living on the floodplain. And our concern is that when the river flooded in 22-23, there were houses, everyone was obsessed with how high the river was going to be and whether their home would flood. Homes that are built on the floodplain at Naya, just upstream of the potential VMFRP project of VMFRP, they missed being flooded by about a centimetre. Now, the VMFRP project at VMFRP, but also at Guttram Ben, will have houses and farms nearby. It is extremely important that when we have a very big flood, that every part of the public floodplain is open so that the water can flow into there, and we all know that when you put barriers into the floodplain, it has to go somewhere else. So in this, I just found in this little document, it does state during unregulated floods, hydraulic modelling shows the potential for project infrastructure to result in a small amount of afflux, max 7 centimetre increase relative to current conditions. The afflux is contained entirely within the forest levees. The modelled afflux could potentially result in inundation of private land outside the perimeter forest levees at lower flood levels than currently occur once flow in the Murray exceeds 53,000 megalitres a day, as it would have during possibly, can't be exactly certain of all that number right at this minute. The potential for an extent of inundation of private land is influenced by model accuracy, including assumed levee heights. So this is a model, but what I can say is that during the 2022-23 flood, I was a local councillor at Swan Hill, and my original area I represented was between Naya and Boundary Bend, and I received phone calls every single day. I was in constant contact with the community, asking to have the barriers that have been put in the floodplain to hold environmental water in the forests removed because they were fearful of their own homes being inundated, asking for that levee banks that were being constructed on private land not to be done, because when there is a very big flood, the floodplain must be kept as open as possible so it can receive the water. I cannot see, I went into Chapter 6 project description, and I do not believe that this aspect of the concern has been looked at widely enough. But what I do know is that each one of these projects has large, lengthy levee banks that contain the water and effectively within the forest make the floodplain smaller, but they also make it a barrier for the water flowing in. They also have containment banks across the small creeks that enter the floodplain. And these creeks are where, on a very high river, the water flows into the Red Gum Parks. Now that, on a very big flood, as we had in 22-23, that is extremely important that the entire floodplain is open. And we are very, very concerned that all these dozens, hundreds of little barriers will make the next big flood worse on private property, and it does not seem to have been looked at enough. But what I will also say is that it is concerning that we've had two of the most damaging floods on private property in towns in 2011 and 2022-23 since these floodplain projects have been implemented. So at Kundruk, Paracuda, impacts at Barmer, and there we've got barriers in the floodplain. During the 22 flood, I had Zoom meetings with the head of Mallee CMA to ask them to remove the temporary barriers they'd put in the floodplain to allow the water to flow in there as quickly as possible. Also to alert the head of the Mallee CMA to culverts under the Murray Valley Highway that needed to be cleared out, because how important it is in that instance for the floodplain to be open. And I cannot see how it is at all wise or legally okay to put all these barriers in the floodplain. Anyway, move on to my next slide, please. And we have brought this up to the Minister for Environment. I'll need that made a little bit larger. I'm also reading off the screen. That's enough, thank you. This one talks a little bit about our dissolved oxygen conditions will be restricted to localised areas within each floodplain, would not extend to the Murray River or adversely affect beneficial uses or environmental values. I'm sorry, but Blackwater is intolerably affects environmental values. It kills. The water is dead and is very different to water that is alive. It is toxic to animals. At the start of the flood when we had some higher rivers in 2021, there were turtles that came up out of the ground in the Naya and Vinifera Park. Older people discussed that they used to go crayfishing in there. It is a place that is the life force. The floodplain is the life force of the Murray-Darling. It's where birds breed, and it is not acceptable. Any level of Blackwater is not acceptable. it's in my view. Thank you. And next slide. Oh, this is just an example of being on a representative group. So I myself was also on a representative group for the Norther projects. These concerns that I'm bringing up today were brought up by community members repeatedly. And when we asked eventually what would be done with that information, they said it'll be written down and put into a report. But it certainly seems like no notice was taken of that. And I can see a report like that here. Next slide, please. That's just a picture, an interesting picture of the flows. What I'd like to report right now is that flows at Turrumbary are sufficient according to, we can move to the next slide. I'll just go on with the data on my phone. It's a great joy for me to report that right now the flows at Gumbower, I believe, would be high enough to be flowing into Kuntruk, Paracuda and Guttram Benwell. At least that's by the information that I wouldn't know. Just give me a moment. I'm just getting onto the Murray River data. We can see what the levels are. Okay, so at Turrumbary Weir, right now we have 22,000 megalitres. Throughout the documents, it's stated that it's just very hard to get these levels of flow into these areas. But even though the river was very empty, very low flows only a couple of weeks ago, one large rain event has caused us to have the river at Turrumbary high enough to flow into these areas and cause inundation of at least some of the floodplain. And it is very difficult to understand why constraints relaxation has not been enacted to allow us to coordinate flows of the rivers and tributaries and manufacture this type of flow. This type of flow that's coming now will give cues to fish and birds and other aquatic dependent plants and animals in a way that is completely different to any other, pumped flows. So I'll be very happy to forward some photographs of the creeks filling at Nyah, getting water flowing into them at Nyah and Vinifera. But there have been a multitude of opportunities in the last 20 years for us to add some environmental water on top of these type of flows and achieve inundation of the entire floodplain between Kuntruk and Robinvale, for example. As particularly if we could have some additions from the Murrumbidgee River, which would also be beneficial to that part of that degraded part of the Murrumbidgee. So yes, here we've got the inflows required. So 14,000 to 16,000 megalitres water begins to enter Gumbower Forest. 20,000 to 25,000 megalitres water first enters the Gumbower National Park and flood scroll systems along the river channel. What I'd like to put to the panel is that, or the committee, is that with all the risks and the risks to cultural heritage, the risks to changing the hydrology of the floodplain, the risks of doing heavy machinery works, the risks of knocking down, well, probably into the thousands if you consider all of the different projects that are proposed of large and very old trees, that we would be much more wise and much more cautious to enact, even if they're shorter, regular, yearly or second yearly, 3 years out of 5, higher flows such as this for a period of time to flush out the floodplain, to fill billabongs and creeks. And in fact, flows like this will fill whole lake systems and enabling the breeding of fish. We need to, should be the first step, and then looking at any potential small infrastructure changes that will increase the length of the water on the floodplain. Because this way of doing it, which is a set like natural-like way, the way that the river flowed, as the graph showed, until the mid-90s, this way has not got risks. It has not got environmental risks. It has got environmental benefits all the way along the river system, because isn't the goal of the basin plan the Water Act is the Basin Plan is an environmental piece of legislation, and the goal of the Water Act is to manage those systems. But the entire goal of the Basin Plan is an environmental legislation to ensure the sustainability and the long-livedness of the Murray-Darling River system for the benefit of all people and all communities and the plants and animals that live upon it. So we need to be cautious in the actions we do on the floodplain and on the river system. And we can do that. We can cooperate, we can work together, communities of people, to get these flows. And that would be the cautious way to go about it. And we're having one right now, which we can use as a model. Thank you. Next slide.
Just for your information, you've got about 10 minutes left. So just.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, that's okay.
That's okay. So I have to. Well, I've really spoken about this, and so it says prior to the mid-90s. So it confirms what I'm saying. We haven't done more regulation, river regulation, since the mid-90s. What we have done is we have made a water market, and then there has been a rule that's not legislated called the Turrumbry rule, that they treat environmental water different to other water, and they will not let higher flows past Turrumbry. It almost feels like this is being done in a way to justify these projects, because there is no other conceivable way that someone who is managing the Murray River for the benefit of the river system and the people would confine flows to that area. And there can be arguments made, and I will make this argument, that the failure to relax constraints and enable the more agile release of the environmental water has made very large catastrophic floods more likely, because it's very hard to release flows out of the dams when needed. And we need to do these constraints relaxation for flood mitigation. And it's not, we don't need to do it in a very, very high flows, but we could do it in a moderate way. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McKay, I understand you've just, in terms of the limited amount of time you've got left, the previous committees have already considered project alternatives and some of the context around the Murray-Darling Basin Plan,
yes,
water regulation more generally, and we're not revisiting issues that have already been dealt with. So if you could focus on,
shall do.
I guess the impacts of this project in particular would be, just for the last couple of minutes.
I will do that. I will try. Thank you for your advice. We can go on. Next slide. I'll try to flick through some slides. We can go on further. That's okay.
Yeah, just.
Can I just look at this one? This one's again talking about that. I would just like to point out in the first column, it talks about that algae and black water occur in these systems now. I would like to point out that they don't occur prior to the mid-90s. What the proponent is comparing is the current situation where flows are being restricted, and not the usual situation of the floodplain on the mid-Murray prior to the mid-90s. So, of course, if you deprive the floodplain of water, you can say you're improving the situation, but we don't need to deprive the floodplain of water. Please go on to the next slide. Yep, that's okay. We can go on to there. Done that one. We can move on. So in regard to I'm just showing some proof that, yes, I was very involved in the 2022 flood. Every person was. This is a gentleman whose family have lived between the Walkall and Murrumbidgee River, and he's measuring about midway up that measuring tape is the level of the 1956 flood, where his parents put a nail in the tree. So we were all very conscious, and this was quite a few weeks before the river height was reached, and it almost got there. Thank you. Next time. These are fish that I think that's just a photo of another a different. I've got the wrong photograph, but in VMFRP, because we don't have regular floods, in the 2022 flood, Murray cod indeed swam into the river, into the forest, and died because of the black water. We were lobbying hard for a higher flow the year before to flush the system out. Thanks. Next slide. This is an example of the deprivation that the Mid-Murray has experienced through lack of high rivers. It's a lake in our region that's empty. Thank you. Probably a bit irrelevant. But what I will say is that this is not irrelevant. This was in the proponent's documents. It talks about, it's got a photograph quite similar to this of Gumbow Forest, and it talks about, it mentions that it was occurred after environmental watering happened. What I have difficulty with is that during the proponent's discussion, they talk about environmental watering and they talk about operating the projects, but they're never very clear about what is pumped water, what is operating the projects, whether it's with a high river or is it pumping. And what I would like to say is that in 2021, we worked with the environmental water holder and achieved a trial flow releasing water down the Goulburn. And this was the response on the floodplain after the waters had gone back. And the photograph inside the proponent's documents about Gumbow says it's from an environmental watering, but if it's this, it seems to be from the same period. And I would say it also benefited from flows. Thank you. This is what's going to happen to much of the floodplain if we decide to treat the red gum parks, as this is, as a series of theme parks and water some of them and not the other. The vast percentage of them will die off and turn into barren landscapes. Thanks. Now, I think that's enough. Thank you very much sorry, no, the last one I'd like to see, the screen, this one with the screenshot where it says PDF on it. Yeah, this one, the very last one. So this is the statement of reasons from VMFRP Park, and I do notice that the proponent, I haven't read it all. I would have to have a year free to read all the documents that are created for this type of project, and I don't mean to be nasty, but it's very, very difficult for even a really well-educated layperson to have the actual time to engage in this. But we have in the statement of reasons, it says that the risk from return flows, that is the flows from multiple projects that are like this, could be catastrophic for both species, that is Murray cod and silver perch, who are protected and endangered at risk. So that cumulative low-level impacts could be considered a significant impact. The potential impact of return flows to the Murray River may impact on these species, both as a result of this action and cumulatively as a result of the larger VMFRP actions. It says, I noted that the risk from return flows is considered medium. However, the consequences could be catastrophic for both species, i.e. fish kills and decreased spawning events. Continuous monitoring of the receiving environment is considered an important mitigation measure to ensure water quality parameters are known before discharge. What I would like to speak to this in two ways. This is, in fact, acknowledging that it is going to be extremely difficult to ensure water quality inside the projects that supports life, which after all is the point of the supposed to be the point of the project. So it is acknowledging that the water quality could be so poor that discharging it into the Murray would pose a risk. But what it says is, and the Victorian government are proposing more of these projects, is that it will have a cumulative effect on all of the Murray River itself, because if you're dumping, some of these forests are very, very large, and you have not flowing, water without oxygen in it, water affected by blue-green algae, and then dumping that into the river channel, main river channel itself. So then if you are,
Sorry to interrupt.
the proponent has said that they've spent
Sorry,
a lot
just a second.
These documents haven't followed your direction.
We're going to make some.
Honest.
Yeah, we're just going to make some comments about that at the end, actually. So
that submission that was just made, without reading that full paragraph, it's just not open to be made.
Ms. McKay, we'll come to just some logistical and things around the documents that you're presenting today, but we've got about 2 minutes left if you want to just close out.
Sure, I sure will.
submissions,
That's
yeah.
fine. So I have two really big problems with this. Is that either we are forced to hold the water on the floodplain and cause worse effects for the plants and animals on the floodplain. We don't aim to be simply growing red gum trees. We aim to be having an aquatic life in the billabongs and creeks. And the other risk is to the actual water quality in the river. And a lot of people have also brought up in our area that they pump stock and domestic water from the river. In the last 20 years, they've had major problems with water quality, causing them having to have to truck water into businesses and farms. And water quality is simply not cared about enough and not considered a high enough priority. And these projects impact severely on water quality, and the lack of, I'm not supposed to talk about the opposite thing, but we have the remedy to water quality problems. The proponent in their documents has spent quite some time saying that they can mitigate these cumulative impacts. My concern with their mitigation strategies, which would include, I'm thinking lifting the river heights in order to be able to shandy the water from the projects better. If you're using environmental water to do that, that is actually a waste of the precious environmental water that we have. This occurred after the 2022 flood, when the river in this region was dropped very, very fast, and water was sent down some channel to try to improve the water quality of water coming out of, I think, Kundral Paracuda, or maybe, but I think it was Kundral Paracuda. And this was considered to be a good thing. But I think thinking about this as a mitigation strategy, it's actually wasting environmental water. We should be using environmental water to the benefit of the environment, not to fix up our errors and our mistakes and poor management. Thank you. That's the end of my.
Right.
We really look forward to following the floods that are occurring naturally at the moment.
All right, thank you, Ms. McKay. I'll just check if Member Elliott had any questions.
No questions for me.
Thank you. Member Batteste, did you have any questions for Ms. McKay?
No questions for me.
Okay, thanks, Ms. McKay. We just need to deal with, just in terms of the material that you sent through this morning, as I sort of flagged briefly at the beginning, obviously we have directions around circulating material, and just to give people enough time to review it. There was obviously a lot of documents there, some of them related to the project, and I think some of them kind of examples from other projects. We don't want any new material, but it would really assist the committee if the slides or the PDFs that, I don't know, Mark presented that relate to this project, if you could label them just about where you've extracted it from, and we don't label anything that doesn't relate to this project, just the ones that relate to this project. We just need to make sure we follow the directions, just in terms of being fair to all parties, but acknowledging that there is a lot of material and that people have limited time to engage. So I understand the difficulty, but we do need to make sure we're clear on.
I understand that. That's fine.
Just getting
so if I can, maybe I can resend the photo, the basically screenshots of largely documents related to this project. Is it okay to include the statement of reasons because it relates to the approval, the federal approval of another project that's very similar?
No, so we only want you to label the documents that relate to this project. So, so I understand.
Can photographs be used as an example, which relate to the river system or not?
I think unless it's a submission in relation to this project.
Yes. Okay.
Really,
I don't mind doing that.
For example, Ms. McKay, you talked us through in your submissions just then about the fish management plan, and if some of the material there is related to your submissions around that and how it might come into play, then label it in that way.
I did ask to see the fish management plan from this project, but I simply could not find where it was in the
proponent about that? And I just wondered if you had any comments about that, because obviously, Ms. McKay, just from in terms of a process, obviously the proponent needs to provide a response to what you're saying. So we just need to make sure they're clear on the source of these documents, and maybe if you could just
It was from the Arthur, the planning the fish management plan was from the Arthur Ryler Institute, and I think it was certainly from Naya Vinifera, but it may have been similar for Hatter as well. So the same type of, because it was the same similar type of project, but it was definitely in the, and I think it's still on the website for that project, but there are so many documents on the website, it's quite a challenge to.
Yeah, I think we understand there's a lot of material and the practical difficulties, but it's just so we can understand how you.
So if the proponent has a fish management plan, I'd be interested to have it sent just purely out of interest, or to see if there were similar things written, or if they're no longer in use.
I think that's something that the proponent might address us on in closing, or.
Great, thank you very much for.
Just a second, Ms. McKay, we've just got.
We're being called on tomorrow to respond to what's been said today. Could we ask for a direction to Ms. McKay within the next hour that she annotate whatever it is she wants to put in front of the committee? If it's for different projects, we can cope with that. But just to understand
annotate them.
What it is that she's putting in front of you and where it's been drawn from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure thing. I'll try my best.
Okay.
And then the second thing, like, in a sense too late, we don't know what she wants in relation to fish. The materials have been in exhibition for a long period of time. We don't see it as our role to have to try and answer what it is that she's looking for when it hasn't been articulated what it is she wants. We resist anything that falls on us to go and search for more things. It's described as being out of interest, but for what purpose?
In your closing, you might tell the committee how those plans that are in EDS might actually come into play in practice, so timing of those plans, and possibly that's why the fish management plan is yet to exist. Yeah.
I would like to know what
these projects.
What I would like to know. Would you like me to write several? I guess the
no.
question. No.
No, I think it's just in terms of timing. We have allocated time for people to make submissions, and then there's a bit of a time gap, and then the proponent needs to respond.
Sure.
So I think we will direct you to annotate. Maybe it's easier just to annotate all of the material that you've presented today, and if you could try and get that to us by 1 o'clock and circulate it to all the parties on the distribution list, then we can table those documents so the proponent and any other parties can get access to them as well.
If the proponent is answering, I'm interested to know
No, so
I don't ask questions. I understand.
No. I think they'll respond to the submissions, not just yours, but other submissions tomorrow. So if you want to either tune into that or listen to the recording, if you're not available during the time slot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thanks for your time and coming. I know there's been quite a few people today, so thanks for making yourself available.
Much appreciated.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
And now next originally we had Mr. Barker scheduled, but I understand he's not appearing, but I think Ms. Lefevre might be present in the room. I just wondered if you were ready to make your, come up to the table and, thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, you can sit, it's fine,
This is the spot?
It doesn't matter, there's plenty of chairs at the table.
Okay.
It's a coincidence we've had 2 people with the same surname.
Well, the expert witness is my son, Matt. So,
okay.
We keep it in the family.
Okay. Right, okay.
Yeah, no, we have some interesting conversations across the dinner table.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So as I've mentioned to the other submitters, we have received a copy of your written submission as well. So we reviewed that previously, but happy for you to elaborate and explain in more detail. Thank
Yeah,
you.
well, thank you for the opportunity. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging we're meeting on Wurundjeri country, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend my respects to the traditional owners of the country that's under discussion today. Now, as I said in my submission, I've been following the development of the watering projects along the Murray since their inception in the early 2000s. At that time, there was a limited amount of environmental water was recovered under the Living Murray program. And the only feasible way of getting it out of the river channel into the floodplain sites was by building what were then called environmental works and measures. This approach focused getting water into, as you know, into the 5 icon sites along the Murray, basically the Ramsar sites, of which Gunbower is one. And in the middle of the millennium drought, the projects were quite literally life-saving when water was in such short supply that emergency pumping was the only option. I'll not forget the relief of both the trees and the community when water was first pumped into Hatter Lakes in 2006. It was quite transformational. However, 20 years later, the situation is different. For one, we've got a whole lot more environmental water, with the Commonwealth environmental water now holding more like 2,500 gigalitres, and the Victorian environmental water holding additional water in northern Victoria. For another, as Nicole's just been talking about, our understanding of river and floodplain connectivity, our understanding of river floodplain connectivity and the consequences of depriving the floodplain of water has also greatly increased, particularly with respect to fish breeding and migration and blackwater events. And we have a national plan to improve the ecological condition of the entire Murray-Darling Basin. But perhaps the biggest change has been in how these floodplain watering projects are viewed. From being environmental measures to get the best bang for buck out of very limited volumes of environmental water, or else emergency measures in time of extreme drought, they've become large-scale engineering projects designed to deliver water to very select areas of floodplain and are considered by their proponents as being the only means of preserving floodplain values in a climate change future. The fact that they leave literally hundreds of thousands of hectares of floodplain without any prospect of receiving environmental water is conveniently ignored, along with alternative proposals for delivering water to the sites and the broader floodplain, such as managing constraints to the delivery of environmental water. The fact is that the VMFRP projects may well bring localised benefits at the sites, as the experts have pointed out, particularly for red gums and other vegetation. But as even the Victorian government itself admits in its waterway management strategy, they will not provide the connectivity between floodplain and river channel on which our river depends for its ecological condition and its long-term health, nor will they replicate the full range of benefits of natural flooding and are not a substitute for natural flow regimes. As I noted yesterday, I've been listening to some of the expert witnesses and to the proponents submitted yesterday. And there's a few things which caught my attention. Yesterday, Council said that the projects would bring benefits for our children and grandchildren. Well, I'm a grandmother, and that comment got me thinking about what the forest will be like 50 or 60 years down the track when my grandchildren, now aged 6 and 10, become grandparents themselves. Will the project area be an oasis of green in an otherwise desiccated landscape? How will the infrastructure be performing? Will it still be appropriate? What will happen when it needs replacing? And what about the generations for operators and managers that will become between now and then, and the shifting agency structures and responsibilities? We already had a big fight a few years back to keep the CMAs as independent agencies when a government did not see value in the functions they perform. Not to mention how climatic conditions and water availability may change. All of these things may and most likely will affect the outcome of the projects in my grandkids' lifetime. Another comment by Council did not reassure me. In discussing how hollow log replacements and offsets, he said that these were not necessary and would be an extra expense and an already very expensive project. Well, I'm not arguing for hollow log replacement, which have been shown to be a poor substitute for the real thing, and a better plan would be not to chop the trees down in the first place. The comments on costs disturbed me. Chapter 16 of the EER is over 100 pages and sets out complex operational and monitoring programs will need to continue, and I quote, for as long as the projects are operational, which could be 50 years or more. Unfortunately, I know from bitter experience that getting governments to operate on 3 or 4 year terms to commit money for long-term projects such as these, particularly for long-term monitoring, is an extremely difficult proposition. And the removal of the projects from the register of supply measures under the sustainable diversion limit. I can never say this.
You can say SDL if you need to.
Get the abbreviation. Will only make this more difficult. I'd like to see the panel seeking binding financial commitments from the Victorian Government for the long-term future operation and monitoring of these projects as a condition of their approval, rather than leaving it to the discretion of a future secretary at DECA. Which leads me to another issue. Council argued yesterday that the projects would take place within the Victorian Environmental Watering Framework, which is well established, and as such, do not need an independent environmental auditor beyond the construction phase. What he did not say is that the Victorian Environmental Watering Framework is specifically designed to revolve around projects such as the VMFRP and cannot be operationalised without them. And the whole concept of environmental watering in Northern Victoria now depends on infrastructure to deliver the water, rather than natural inundation that could be achieved with water now held by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder if constraints on its delivery were relaxed. Council also glossed over where these projects sit in the MDBA's basin-wide environmental watering strategy, which takes a more naturalistic approach and sets objectives for improvements in condition across the broader floodplain, covering hundreds of thousands of hectares, not the 15,000 hectares under the entire suite of VMFRP sites. The actual details of who should audit the environmental outcomes of the project were left hanging, with statutory processes as a default option. In the febrile politics of the Murray-Darling, these processes are constantly brought into question and subject to revision at the whim of government. These considerations lead me to implore the panel to look at the context in which the proponent is seeking approval for the projects. As the experts pointed out, it's well known that the health of floodplains all along the Murray is in decline, and that lack of an appropriate watering regime is a major culprit. Environmental works and measures are an essential tool for emergency situations of extreme drought, but they're not the answer to restoring connectivity between floodplain and channel, keeping it healthy in the long term, or allowing the functions of the river to function as a living entity connected from source to sea. They are, as one of the panel members said yesterday, a drop in the river and should be a last resort when there really is no alternative, not the key focus of government attempts to at floodplain restoration. That requires a much broader vision with natural inundation at its heart. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
No questions, but I'm wondering if we can get a copy of your speech.
I could send this in to you if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that's probably
sure.
If you could do it as, just so that
I'll do it when I get home.
proponent has. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
The test. Did you have any questions for Ms. Lefevre?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't have any questions either, but thank you for coming along in person and presenting. And okay, we have DECA represent. Well, they're due at 12:25. I'm just checking if Ms. Smith is online at the moment. Oh yes, it looks like she is.
Yes, Chair, I am here.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Smith. Are you okay to make your submissions now?
I am, thank you.
Okay, we've received a copy of the written, so the original submission and the other material that you filed yesterday. So thank you, in your hands now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee and everyone in attendance today. It is that submission of yesterday that I'll speak to today. I would like to acknowledge that I'm joining you from Jara Country, whose boundaries extends from the Great Dividing Range in the south, North Passport, and encompasses the catchments of both the Avoca, Loddon and Campaspe rivers. The Loddon and Campaspe rivers in particular forming part of the river system that flows into the Murray River, in which we're here to talk about today. And I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I join you from. So to speak to the DECA submission, I'd like to provide it in the context of the statutory and legislative obligations and the policy commitments in which DECA is representative for the Minister for Environment, the Minister for Climate Action, the Minister for Water, and the Secretary of DECA as well. The purpose of our submission today is to clarify the Department's position on the Environment Report and the drafting of the Planning Scheme Amendment. And I would like to acknowledge that we're responding to parts of the proponent's Part A submission, just with timing, and Part B matters may need to be taken on notice today if there are questions arising from that, but we'll address what we can for the committee. I would like to affirm that the submission speaks to representing all of DECA, and to touch on those for the benefit of everyone, the following roles of DECA exist. DECA's Water and Catchments Group, as the project sponsor, is responsible for developing and implementing state policy for waterway management and health on behalf of the Minister for Water. I'm representative of RECAF Group, which is the Region's Environment, Climate Action and First Peoples, in which we're responsible for administering legislative and policy frameworks relevant to the environmental effects. That particular component is probably important to the committee in terms of our regulatory role with regards to this project. The Bushfire and Forest Services is also represented by way of Crown Land Manager for the Guttram and Benwell Forest, but also as the Fire Authority for the Gumbower National Park and Guttram and Benwell Forests. I would like to acknowledge that DECA was represented and participated in the TRG, so our environment portfolio responsibilities, along with biodiversity, native veg, threatened species, Crown land and fire access matters have been consistently considered throughout the development of the report. Overall, DECA considers that the Environment Report has adequately considered the potential impacts to the project. It is applied a mitigation hierarchy that has been deemed by DECA to be to a satisfactory standard, and that appropriate mitigations can be applied during all phases of the project, subject to DECA's recommended amendments. Key aspects of those that are a matter before the committee is the preparation of a hollow replacement plan, the consideration of threatened species, and one aspect that's been called for by DECA is the strengthening of pest and plant and animal management, and I'm happy to take any questions on the rationale behind that, and clarifying DECA's roles and responsibilities in the incorporated document and the environmental management framework. DECA is generally satisfied that the Crown land impacts can be managed and subject to the draft conditions, securing appropriate land manager engagement, required consents, and a fire access road plan or something equivalent to that effect. DECA does consider that the project can deliver an overall improvement to biodiversity over the long term, subject to the implementation of the framework and the environmental watering, monitoring and adaptive management obligations that are embedded into the framework. As touched on from a legislative policy perspective, DECA is in its exhibition submission, outlines the key policy context and should be referred to for the water policy context. There's been no material policy change that alters DECA's exhibited position with this regard, and the projects remain consistent with Victoria's environmental water framework and continue to be supported because of their ecological importance and contribution to the overall Murray-Darling Basin health. I've already touched on, just in terms of progressing to the legislative policy and context and the environment and Crown land. I won't reiterate our roles and functions, but I will note that DECA will need to consider the Minister for Planning's assessment of the Environment Report under the EE Act for any future statutory decisions. And I do wish to highlight that in particular for the committee with regards to some of the conversations around the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity questions that may come. DECA has a responsibility to administer and promote the objectives of the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act ensuring that flora and fauna can persist and that they're prevented from becoming threatened, and to protect, conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity. These are key considerations that have been considered by DECA through forming our recommendations, and that we have also applied the action statements, guidance documents informing our views on this project. DECA acknowledges that the project does target habitat improvement for flora and fauna guarantee listed species. These are all documented at item 27 of our submission, and that the project overall aligns with protecting Victoria's environment and biodiversity 2037. As many of us will be accustomed to the native vegetation guidelines, they apply a mitigation hierarchy, which is essentially set out to avoid, minimise and then offset. Now, while the guidelines ordinarily require offsets where impacts cannot be avoided or minimised, the project in this instance is relying on the test of what is known as the Conservation Works exemption under clause 52.17, specifically with the requirement to demonstrate an overall improvement to biodiversity. It is DECA's view that the project does demonstrate a clear overall improvement in biodiversity through a comparative assessment of impacts and benefits and identify predicted benefits to biodiversity values. The project with regards to native veg in this sense is consistent with state policy, includes the objectives of achieving no net loss to biodiversity. If I continue on to unpack the predicted biodiversity improvements further, at section 43 of our submission, DECA's position is that the model biodiversity improvements, it can be relied upon for assessment purposes. There has been advances in hydraulic modelling, and DECA has participated closely with the project team following the central project that has provided greater confidence in this, enhanced calibration and scenario testing, and also more ecological analysis of the EVCs, or the ecological vegetation classes. It is for the reason that it is found from DECA's view that there is a reasonably robust assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity that can be relied upon for the project. It is not without standing that there are some uncertainties given the stated improvements that this finding does depend on. This being environmental water being available in sufficient volume and reliability, that the operational delivery achieved modelling inundation outcomes come out in practice, and that ecological responses occur broadly as predicted. It is then that the following items, that being monitoring, being sufficient to identify unintended impacts or underperformance, and effective adaptive management plan, all form part of a key dependency of these findings. This position is consistent with DECA's exhibition submission, which states that the project can deliver an overall improvement to biodiversity over the long term, subject to implementation of the environmental management framework and delivery of environmental watering and adaptive management responses and management obligations. DECA does note that there's residual impacts, and that DECA does consider it important to distinguish between the overall improvement, the overall biodiversity improvement at the floodplain scale and species-specific outcomes, which goes on to inform some of our recommendations around the hollow replacement plan, and that is that these are not necessarily mutually exclusive. In particular at Gumbower, there's 31 species that will be predicted to be impacted during construction, but of these, 30 of those species are predicted to not have a net gain at a specific level. I probably just want to pause on that point for the committee, because this does lead through to some of the conversations around the hollow bearing aspects. Of those 30 species, there are hollow dependent species that are threatened species, and it's in speaking to the hollow replacement need that there is, if a hollow replacement plan can be effective if it is for targeted species. There are in particular 2 species that are identified through the information that comes through out of the overall improvement to biodiversity, and that being the superb parrot and the carpet python, who are hollow dependent species that are predicted through the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity not have a net gain at that 10 or to be recovered in that first 10 years. So moving on to the hollow bearing, DECA accepts that the projects are modelled to deliver long-term benefits to large trees within the modelled inundation area, particularly the river red gum, the black box and the grey box trees. However, it's the long-term modelled improvement to tree health that does not remove the short-term ecological impact associated with the loss of hollow bearing trees. And although it's predicted to provide long-term benefits through improved inundation regimes, canopy health and longevity, it doesn't negate the need to manage that interim ecological risk and related hollow loss. Moving forward to the pest and weed management, it's considered that the pest and weed management must be linked to the species at risk of net loss. As I touched on before, there are 30 threatened species who are predicted to not necessarily have a net gain from this project within the first 10 years. On review of all of these species, it's found that the greatest risk include pest, plants and animals, weed invasion, construction disturbance and hollow bearing tree loss and potential adverse effects. It is through some of these strengthened mitigation measures that the project would be able to essentially minimise and mitigate those effects to the maximum extent possible. DECA's support, particularly for the environmental management framework, it is subject to amendments that can help address a lot of these issues that, well, not necessarily issues, but requirements that would further mitigate and manage these impacts. We know through the material presented that a number of these items are being taken into consideration by the proponent and will be incorporated, and others such as the fire access plan, we're yet to see the committee's views, and I'm happy to address any questions on that or take them on notice today. In relation to specifying some of those key issues, not issues, but requests for the environmental management framework is about specifying DECA as a party to be consulted, that the secretary to DECA only be responsible for the approval of the native flora and fauna management subplans. This is to ensure that the secretary would be responsible for matters and areas of where the secretary is ultimately responsible for. That the EMF2 specify that the construction environmental management plan is to be approved to the secretary to DECA to avoid any doubt, and that E3 be updated to ensure that the pest, plant and animal monitoring management program considers those threatened species that are predicted to have a species net loss overall that I've already touched on. This would be to ensure that the threatening processes are monitored and managed to maximise those gains. And the inclusion of a requirement of a hollow replacement plan to the satisfaction of the secretary to DECA for those reasons I've stepped out before. The construction impacts versus the long-term benefits. DECA accepts that the assessment appropriately distinguishes between those localised construction impacts and longer-term floodplain scale biodiversity benefits, and that construction will result in localised permanent loss of native vegetation within the construction footprint, including impacts to some large trees and hollow-bearing trees. As touched on at Gumbower, DECA identifies residual species-specific impacts for some of those rare or threatened species, including the superb parrot, carpet python, riverina, bittercress and bluebird daisy in particular. DECA considers that these impacts acceptable in the overall assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity context because they are localised and limited. None of the relevant species are restricted to Gumbower, and the projects are predicted to deliver broader floodplain scale. To the question of native vegetation offsets, which is another matter before the committee to be considered, and whether they should be required, DECA accepts that the native vegetation offsets may not be required if the projects are found to deliver an overall improvement to biodiversity through the framework. However, DECA does not support the removal of the offset-related conditions from the incorporated document at this stage. We note that it's been put to the committee that the Minister's assessment, that if the Minister's assessment accepts that the removal, destruction or lopping of native veg to deliver the project provides an overall improvement to biodiversity and does so without attendant residual uncertainties, then certain native vegetation requirements may not be necessary. DECA's position is that the decision that offsets are not required is dependent on the committee's findings and the Minister for Planning accepting that the project will deliver an overall improvement to biodiversity. It is then after that time that the Secretary to DECA should confirm that whether any offset requirements exist following the Ministers for Planning's assessment, consistent with the native vegetation, state policy and regulatory requirements. It is for this reason that DECA considers that the requirement should retain until after the Minister's assessment and that the Secretary is able to confirm. This is particularly important because of the overall conclusions that it is dependent on the modelled outcomes of environmental watering, but also the implementation of monitoring, reporting, adaptive management and targeted mitigation measures. That's important to identify because it is only through the approval of the environmental management framework that can essentially be secured to create that strength in the dependencies of which there is an assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity. DECA's position is that the reliance on the conservation works exemption under clause 52.17 depends on the proponent demonstrating an overall improvement, and the assessment is not a simple numerical comparison of vegetation losses and predicted gains. Instead, it requires consideration of whether at the floodplain level and scale, the modelled improvements to threatened species, habitat and ecosystem function outweigh those residual impacts arising from the construction. For this reason, modelling uncertainty remains relevant to the offset questions. The project rely on predicted long-term biodiversity benefits rather than standard native vegetation offsets. That uncertainty does not prevent reliance on the overall assessment to improvement to biodiversity framework, but it means that the predicted benefits should not be treated as guaranteed unless secured through an enforceable monitoring and reporting framework. So it is for those reasons, committee, that we do affirm the view that the conditions should remain within the incorporated document. There are the residual impacts or uncertainties that are touched on within the DECA submission, but I would like to affirm that DECA does consider that the residual uncertainty can be managed through the incorporated document, through the environmental management framework, also the operational environmental management framework, and a number of other subsequent plans that the proponent is ultimately required to operate under. The monitoring and reporting framework must identify those unintended impacts on biodiversity and the adaptive management approaches proposed to increase overall improvement biodiversity. Just in regards to the Crown land side of things, DECA is generally satisfied with the Crown land impacts and that they can be managed subject to the draft conditions securing land manager engagement, the required consents and licences and a fire access road plan or equivalent. I am conscious of time and I am happy to leave it there, thinking that the committee may have a number of questions considering the material that has been put to the committee to date with regards to some of the matters raised by DECA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. We do have a couple of questions, and I know you just said at the beginning of your presentation that you might need to take questions on notice. You don't have much time left in the hearing in terms of just that process. So if there's something that can't be answered sort of right now, I think we'll just need to set up a process by hopefully someone in your organisation today so that the proponent can respond tomorrow. But let's see how we go in terms of the questions first, and then if there's some things that can't be answered, we'll work out a way of dealing with that. So I'll go to Member Elliott first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. One of the questions was answered through the submissions about the hollow replacement plan and which targeted species you were referring to. But the second question I had about the hollow tree replacement plan was what do you say about the evidence of Mr. Holmes? And hopefully you've had a chance to look at that or were there for the discussions where some questions were asked about whether they would be useful or not, and his view and his evidence was that that they're not, and that a replacement plan would not necessarily be required due to two things, I believe. There's a number of hollows already in the environment, was one reason. I'm just, my view, of what he said. And secondly, that it might cause more problems than what we're trying to protect. So I'm just interested in Deeka's view about those.
Thank you. I guess I was able to listen in on some of the expert evidence, and one thing that Deeka observed through that was that the expert evidence didn't necessarily disagree with a hollow replacement plan, but it did acknowledge that the effectiveness does depend on being very targeted to your species. I think in this case, and it goes to the scoping of the condition for the EMF and a mitigation measure, and that is that it is limited in scope, that it is targeted, and that it is commensurate with the risk, that it's also informed by contemporary scientific evidence and expert evidence. Just touching on that element of scientific evidence, it's also in the absence of having evidence about the ineffectiveness of hollow replacement plans that there should be a precautionary principle applied, and that is general practice to do so. There isn't the certainty, I guess, what a hollow replacement plan is trying to do is it's trying to meet and mitigate that immediate impact that will result in construction loss. Just because there may be an abundancy of hollows within an environment, whether or not that translates to availability for utilisation of those hollows, you will be talking about species who are being displaced, and that there is a readily available hollow to be utilised. Noting, and it does come back down to, and we do agree with, the more specific and targeted that you are towards a species, the greater the efficacy of your hollow replacement plan is going to be. A hollow replacement plan today also, it doesn't need to be artificial outcomes. It doesn't need to be an artificial nest box or hollow. There are different types of ways of delivering a hollow replacement within landscape, and that can all be taken into account too for specific species. The carpet python being a particular one of those has a very different need, obviously, to the superb parrot, and you might be able to provide those hollows more at ground level. You may be able to utilise some of the existing the hollows from the construction impacts, and to address all of that. So that would provide Deeka's view on that.
Thank you.
A clarification, Ms. Smith, on one of the comments you made there. I think you said there wasn't any evidence about the risks or uncertainty about the hollow replacement plan. I'm not sure whether I completely understood that. I'm just checking. My understanding is that's what Mr. Holmes gave evidence on, or is that what you were referring to, or an additional evidence in addition to what Mr. Holmes presented? I'm just clarifying if that's what you were talking.
Well, I guess it's in the lack of sufficient evidence that it doesn't work. I'm happy to be guided to the specific aspects of the expert evidence.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you're just talking more generally rather than the evidence that Mr. Holmes presented.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. No, that understood.
Yeah. I would rather not call into the expert evidence into that.
Yeah. Okay.
Regard.
No, that's fine. All right. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just overall, is it fair to say, to summarise a little bit your submission, Deeka's submissions, that the conclusion that there will be overall environmental or biodiversity benefits are due to not only the mitigations proposed in your submissions here, I think at paragraph 7, but as well as the EDS and the EMF, as long as that's occurring and that, as you've just sort of spoken through the monitoring, that's where the outcome or conclusion is from Deeka, that there are overall benefits?
It is the framework as a whole that has been considered, yes.
And then the last question from me, because I just couldn't find it there in the writing, but are there any Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act permits also required, or are there exemptions for them as well?
Being on Crown land, public land, the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act permissions will apply.
So they'll still need those permissions to take flora, for example?
Yes.
Certain species. Yep. Thank you. So those are my questions.
Okay, just turning to Member Bates. I think you might have had one question for Ms. Smith.
Yes, I actually have two.
Two.
but they're on the same topic. The first question is just one of clarification. In paragraph 79 of the submission today, you say at the end of that sentence, fire access road plan or equivalent. Are you meaning an equivalent to the fire access road plan?
Yes, obviously the fire access has been a matter that has been considered and addressed in the committee. Unfortunately, due to trying to service the West submission at the same time, I haven't been privy to all of it. But if I could just clarify that, it is at the moment proposed as a condition within the incorporated document, or that's DECA's position. We are open to that being even a requirement within an EDS and to sit outside the incorporated document. But just to affirm DECA's position and the rationale as to why something is required in this space, it's essentially with DECA being as the fire authority, needing that assurance that the detailed design outcomes, so whatever that engagement looks like, it would be required to be in consultation with and to the satisfaction of the department, just to ensure that as works are undertaken within this public area that people do access for both leisure and recreation, but also that the department has a fire authority responsibility in terms of its ensuring that it can manage the fire risk within these public areas, that we are able to ensure that there is provision for suitable emergency access, egress, and the ability to provide suppression capabilities within this landscape, and a mechanism to ensure that that can essentially have a point in time where DECA is happy with the final design regarding access tracks and impacts to access tracks within these areas as a result of the works.
So do I take that to mean that there's essentially two phases? There's the phase during construction where it's essentially what I might call the equivalent of say a traffic management plan on a highway construction, for example, where it's known which tracks might be affected by the construction and that there's alternatives if people need to evacuate in the case of a fire. Is that the sort of thing on the one hand? And then on the other hand, there's the ongoing access that would occur if there's any changes to existing access tracks. Is that really the scope?
Yes, the only thing I would add into that is that in that construction phase, that if there are impacts to access tracks, if access tracks, for example, end up on a levee bank or something like that, it's not just about access and egress for the purposes of fire safety for people to come in and out of safely. It's also for the department to perform its fire protection measures and for it to be able to have its own personnel and vehicles to go into these landscapes and perform its fire function duties in the event of their needing to suppress a fire activity. So
Yes.
It's about the access being fit for purpose for the fire authority purposes, as well as there being from an overall public safety and fire impact assessment as well.
Yes, and then post-construction, it's about any changes that may be made to the existing track layout. Is that?
And to access as a result, particularly through periods of inundation. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just question, you talked about the offsets component, and that Deeka's position is that because there's some uncertainty, you know, I guess we're working off modelled information and there's some potential uncertainty about that, that you're saying you still want that requirement in there, and that the monitoring would occur, you know, to make sure that whatever the predicted benefits are actually manifest. I'm just wondering in terms of how that would work. So if the monitoring occurred and in a hypothetical situation the benefits didn't occur, how would that offset process work? Is that just part of the adaptive management process, or how would the incorporated document be sort of called up in that scenario?
I guess in that scenario, you would have the adaptive management that would actually come into place to try remedy any of those adverse outcomes that may start to present. So with the monitoring framework, you would be going through a series of monitoring, seeing if things are on track. You would have the ability to identify when it's going off track. But the decision with regards to offsets, the decision would be made at the point based on the overall improvement to biodiversity that those offsets aren't required. And then it's the need to rely on that adaptive management framework to make sure that if there are any unintended impacts, that you're able to manage them accordingly through that framework.
Okay, so if the secretary has made the decision that it's exempt, doesn't that, I'm just trying to understand if it's exempt, and then there's separately the adaptive management happening. Just trying to understand, are you saying that the exemption would be rescinded, or I'm just not clear on how that would work?
The exemption can't be rescinded upon, but the reliability for being on the reliability of there being an overall improvement, it hinges on the framework that the proponent and through the environment report preparation has created to ensure that it can be monitored and mitigated. And Deeka does have that comfort that the framework is quite robust, that it can enable that monitoring.
Okay. I think I understand the position, so yeah, thank you.
Can I just clarify there though with questioning that, is that in terms of whether the condition is required within the INC doc? Is it that connected to that?
Yeah, so it's sort of related to if Deeka or the secretary, you know, I guess at the end of the process decided to grant the conservation works exemption, you're saying you still want that offset requirement in the incorporated document?
Look, I guess until we're ultimately saying that that assessment for overall improvement to biodiversity condition should be maintained, and in maintaining that by virtue of the framework, you need to the conditions for the offsets should exist. But what we are able to do is to come here to the committee today and suggest that based on the material within the environment report, that there is a level of conclusion from Deeka that there is an assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity that's been demonstrated by the project. We are still at the front end of an overall regulatory process, and that being that the committee will make its findings, that the Minister for Planning will make its findings within the Minister's assessment. And it is not unlike any other EES process where there is still an approval strategies that's required.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm trying to say here is that the Secretary for the department is seeking to reserve her right that she's able to make that determination after it's been through this EES process, and ultimately comes back through that through this process that some of the modelling has been validated, noting that we don't have those expertise within the department. So it is by design part of this process that enables to do that full complete circle to get back to there being a confirmed assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity. And should the proposal proceed as it's been put forward, and ensuring that there aren't any further changes to the design between now and construction, also that there is a ability to have a point of recalibration for that overall improvement to biodiversity if it's required. So it would be premature to take it out now until you've got your development plans, until you've got your EMF essentially locked in as part of that, because there is a dependency of the coexisting of the framework as a whole that provides this overall improvement to biodiversity conclusion.
So, Ms Smith, is it really about ensuring the EMF and the EDS components related as they relate to biodiversity are in there in terms of the ink doc, rather than possibly the offset components? But given what you've just said, that'll come later once you get a minister's assessment that says that can go or not. We're still in the process, but you're just wanting to ensure that those management measures, monitoring and so forth don't disappear.
Or that there's no substantial change within the construction elements, anything through the final development plan that would have an impact on that overall improvement to biodiversity, because it does come down to the inundation modelling that informs those impact areas, that determines your threatened species that are impacted and are benefiting. And it's very easy, just any design change could alter those numbers as well. So it's essentially a checkpoint in future just to ensure that everything is still as it was intended to be.
Okay.
Mel, I just wondered whether, while you've got the department here, there's just two matters of clarification, and then the third one was relating to that last subject matter. I'm not sure that Deek is appreciating how we've put our position to you. Perhaps if I re-put it in front of Deeka and you can hear its response on it.
Yeah. And I think I had a sub-question, which is, I know this is getting into the minutiae, but that the clause 6.2 in the incorporated document and how that might be framed. And I know, Ian, you said you were going to delete it, but it might be, Ms Smith, I know that you indicated that you had listened online. But I think that would be okay if you maybe just gave a little summary now of what the proponent's proposed approach is. Just get a response. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so it was on the basis of the submission from Deeka, which today still records what it says at paragraph 33. That, of course, is a submission from Deeka, which is inclusive of the Secretary. Now, on the basis of that, our submission to you is that the Minister has asked for this committee's advice on the package as it has been put forward, including a planning control. The planning control that we are seeking would not include those conditions, 6.22, 6.23 and 6.24. I think I've got the numbers right, Mr Forrester. And in effect, what that would do is have an incorporated document that has switched off clause 52.17. So as to not require offsets on the basis of the Secretary's and the Department's position at 33. And what was described a moment ago by Ms Smith as reserving the right of the Secretary, we don't think that, we think it puts it too high. There is no such right that the Secretary holds. What the Minister's asking for is this committee's advice on the package. If you're supportive of what's been put forward in the package, with adoption of the Department's position in paragraph 33, we'd submit that that would then be appropriate for the committee to make that recommendation to the Minister. The Minister would then consider your report, and if the Minister accepts your recommendation, nothing to say that she will, but if she does, then the planning control that would form the planning scheme and authorise this project would mean that the so-called right or the exemption isn't necessary, because that only comes from clause 52.17 and 52.17 would be turned off. So there would be no right or no exemption required from the Secretary. And in terms of checks and balances or checkpoints, this would be a incorporated document administered and enforced through the Planning and Environment Act, but it's a very extensive enforcement regime. And so we don't see that there's anything that goes into that point. So that's how we put the case, and it's a bit different to, I think, how it was responded to by the department. But I can understand why officers of the department might not be prepared to colloquially stick their head up above the parapet on this. But if I can invite the department to agree that the framework of how we put it is a legitimate framework for this committee to entertain. That is, on the basis of what the department has put at paragraph 33, and we put our case and what the minister is seeking your advice upon, that it is open to this committee to recommend to the minister the framework that we're submitting. So is not to have those committees, not to have those conditions in the incorporated document, and then it just becomes a matter for the minister as to what she does with it from there. And it could mean at the end of it, the minister says, not satisfied with the recommendation, I'm going to put the conditions back in. But
that's our recommendation, obviously. Yes.
Yeah. So that was really how we'd put it. And can I submit it would be of assistance to the committee if you heard from the department on that framework, because then you'll have from the department its primary position as it's put into you as saying don't go that far, but at least to recognise that it's a legitimate pathway for this committee to engage upon.
Smith, do you want to respond to that now, or?
I guess I do need to just address in terms of if I was to agree with that statement, it would obviously undermine Deeker's submission that's just been presented, particularly in terms of the rationale. It is at the forefront of Deeker's mind that this is an EES process. It is not a statutory decision within itself. And that ability to reserve the right, I guess just to clarify myself on that, it is that there would be a regulatory role for the Secretary under clause 52.17 to agree that there is an overall improvement to biodiversity if it were to be an otherwise conservation exemption, notwithstanding how it's set up by the framework and how it's addressed within the incorporated document. It is essentially to provide that mechanism for the proponent to rely upon those sorts of principles of overall improvement to biodiversity. But it is the fact that it's for the Secretary, and this is the position maintained in our submission, that decision and that conclusion of overall improvement to biodiversity does have dependencies, and it is the Secretary who is under any other normal regulatory framework would be making that determination following an EES just as part of any other normal regulatory approval process that would be required. It's essential that the EES process itself does not essentially turn off an otherwise regulatory process and approvals.
I tried.
Both positions are
I think
So then my two questions of clarifications, if I can. In relation to Member Batessa's question on the fire access tracks, as we understand it, that what we're seeking to record in the framework here is to maintain the current level of service. The department's not asking for some upgrades or anything like that to those types of things. Could I just confirm that's the position?
Smith, is that correct?
I can take that one on notice and just confirm with our bushfire services and respond this afternoon.
Okay.
And then the next thing was about paragraphs 53 and 55 about the targeted hollow replacement plan. We're reading that to mean that the two targeted species are the superb parrot and the carpet python. Can we have that confirmed that they're the two species that are sought to be addressed by the department if there's to be a hollow replacement plan?
At a minimum. It's just that they should be targeted species. If through the process there's a for any need through the evidence, be it scientific or expert, that other species should be targeted. But essentially what I'm able to call out at this point in time, that they are two species that should form part of that process, because they are a species who are predicted to not have a net gain within 10 years as a result of the project.
Am I right then that, so it's an unspecified list of species that is not known at this stage is what the department wants coded for?
Yeah, so I think I understand Dika saying it's those two species at a minimum. And are you saying that there could be other species identified through another process or part of the monitoring pre-work?
Not part of the monitoring. I think there are about 5 or 6 species that are hollow dependent, and it's just whether or not there was any merit in including those. The condition as it's drafted, I think it is, just bear with me for one moment. It'd be a process not unlike with Central, where we obviously worked with the proponent to identify species to be targeted. It is through the assessment of overall improvement to biodiversity that we are able to identify 2 species that should be a targeted mitigation. A targeted mitigation measure should be a key focus of that plan. So to this, the proposed conditional, the proposed wording of the mitigation measure is that it is limited in scope, that it is targeted and commensurate with risk. It is that process of determining what that is that would identify that. But essentially,
So
at minimum, it's those 2 species.
You're not seeking a change to the drafting. Well, sorry. Obviously, I know the proponent's saying they don't want it in there, but in terms of the drafting of that condition, your intention is that it would be a targeted risk-based approach, and that you can't confirm the exact species right now, but you know there's at least 2.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. All right. If just in terms of that question about maintaining track access, I understand you have to get some instructions or feedback from other colleagues. We do have some other submissions this afternoon, so it would be, I don't know whether you have time to pop back online afterwards and answer it orally, or whether you want to send through an email, but just as soon as we could get a response, better, just because it would enable the proponent to prepare the closing. So whichever way works, if you could just contact the PPV office and let them know how you want to respond. It's a quick email, that's also fine.
I'll certainly do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll have a break now. So we have a lunch break scheduled until 1 o'clock. I understand the PPV office has also been in contact with Ms. McKay about annotating the documents, so hopefully we'll receive that over the lunch break as well. And then at 2 p.m. we're due to hear from Dr. Kelly, who will also be online. So we'll come back here at 2 p.m. and hear the remainder of the submissions. Thank you.
No, we're just mapping out tomorrow. We're just thinking that sounds like there's going to be a few things coming in later today. Whether you'd entertain starting at 11:30 tomorrow, we don't think we're going to need 3 hours or anything.
Yes.
That order, but
I think that's fine. Yeah, there has been a few things come in this afternoon, so
It's reasonable.
yes.
well, thank you. The only other thing was that Mark's surname is also McMillan.
Oh, that's Mark McMillan.
So that's part of the reason I got confused there a couple of weeks ago.
There's now 3 McMillans in the house. Okay, all right. Thank you.
How many reminders do I need? 3.
Not that subtle. Okay. Okay, just testing. Yeah, welcome back from the lunch break. We just had a couple of few matters to deal with before we hear from Dr. Kelly. So just the first one was we received a written submission from Mr. Jeffrey Black, who was originally was going to appear and then has emailed through his notes that he was going to speak to. So instead of reading them out today, I think what we're going to do is table those notes. So I'm just, Mr. Bartley, have you received those or not yet? No. Okay, we'll get them tabled shortly. There's just some handwritten notes that he was intending to speak to today, so we'll circulate those as soon as possible. And I understand that Ms. McKay is also in the process of annotating the images that Mr. McMillan shared. So yeah, that's come on its way through, and we'll also just keep an eye on any response from DECA as well. Just in terms of one of the other things that came up this morning, we obviously heard from Mrs. Lefevre, and she indicated that her son was the aquatic ecology expert. We just had a look at his evidence statement again and note that he didn't make any particular declarations and did make some comments on, which we think was his mother's submission. Just wondered if the proponent had anything in response to that or if there's anything arising. It's just a bit of an unusual situation.
Yeah, we were conscious of it during the preparation of the matter, but my recollection of it is that Mr. Lefevre even raised it with Mr. Bartley, and Mr. Bartley raised it with me, and it struck me that one person's an expert witness, one person's a submitter, and the fact that they've got a family relationship doesn't really impact upon the status of either of them. And we didn't, I think Mr. Lefevre has got a specific disclosure in it relating to his mother, but he does make it clear that he's responding to submissions. So in our submission, there's nothing that really hangs off it. It's just 2 separate individuals that happen to be relatives. One's an expert witness in the case, the other one's a submitter who's expressed her particular views.
Okay, no worries. We just wanted to cover that off, so thank you. Was there anything else from the proponent's perspective before we hear from Dr. Kelly?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, no worries. Okay, so Ms. Kelly, or Dr. Kelly, sorry, my apologies. I'm just checking if you're online and able to turn your camera and microphone on. Oh, thank you. Yes, we can see you. Thank you very much. So we've got an hour allocated to hear from you this morning. I'm not sure whether you've tuned into any of the submissions that have been presented earlier or listened to any of the callback, but we've got your written submission that you provided originally, and we're happy to hear from you now. So thank you.
Hi. I am actually apologise for any background noise, but I'm in a cafe. So
we can't hear the background noise, so that's fine.
Right. Yeah. So you've got my submission.
Yes.
You may know that I haven't listened to or watched any previous submissions, but I was part of the ER Central and the EES Central, but they were 2 years ago approximately, so I'm probably a bit rusty with protocols and happy to be guided by yourself.
Okay.
Could you
I might just make a comment at the outset, and just given you've indicated you haven't listened to, we don't expect you to listen to everything. I'm just saying this just by way of background. The committee at the beginning of the hearing just indicated that obviously there have been other processes that have preceded this hearing, and that it's one committee operating under a terms of reference. So some of the matters that have already been considered by the previous committees, we weren't, unless there's, something has changed since the time that the other committees produced their report, we weren't necessarily looking to reventilate some of the broader policy around the basin plan, the type of assessment and different project alternatives and things. So just bearing that in mind, we're particularly interested in, matters that have arisen since those other projects were considered, if there's something new under those headings, or things related to this particular project and its effects on the environment. So just a bit of context.
Thank you.
And
relevant. Could you remind me of your name, member?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name's Member McMillan, and I'm joined today by Member Elliott in the room. So, sorry, just make that, zoom that in.
Thank you.
And we've also got Member Battesse who's appearing online.
Yes, I can see Member Battesse. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to thank SIAC for having the hearings, and I was hoping to be in Barham, but the time didn't suit in the end, so I'm doing it online here. But it was really great that you sat in Barham, in the region that the Gunbower, Benwell and Guttram floodplains are. I have a background in campaigning for the health of red gum floodplain forests of over 25 years. Part of the VIAC process that happened for Gunbower, Benwell, Guttram, I was working for the New South Wales National Parks Association at that time as a campaigner with the cross-border campaign that helped to lock in parks, national, regional and state parks along both sides of the border. So I was speaking with locals at Benwell and Guttram back in those times, and the Benwell and Guttram forests are cherished, well-loved, respected, and the high conservation value of Benwell and Guttram was unfortunately not adequately protected by the National Park Act that the Labor government brought in back then. They remained state forests, which was unfortunate. And it is also ironic that they were kept as state forests for extraction purposes of logging and grazing, when they are now considered important enough to spend millions of dollars on with these floodplain projects, part of the VMFRP. That irony does not go unnoticed. Regardless of that, however, my submission does hopefully bring forward some of the issues that make these projects are perverse and are an over engineering. They are financially excessive, and they are a perverse and gross way of treating a floodplain that knows how to flood. I will probably focus mostly on Benwell and Guttram. and I am from Swan Hill, so my area of knowledge is mostly on the Mid-Murray in the area from Swan Hill to Robinvale. But I put in a submission to this process for Gunbower and the ER East, because I am concerned that not enough submissions do go in and that you will not have the information you really need to make a good decision. Because of the difficulty in actually participating in an ER, the whole process of these projects being referred up, you know, being developed by AgVic, DECA, and then taken on by the Mallee CMA and the North Central CMA, then handballed to Lower Murray Water, and then, you know, the whole, you know, the whole way that they've been then referred up to EPB.
Ms. Kelly, we just dropped reception for a minute just to. Someone else
Or
online.
emails and everything.
Oh, Miss Kelly, sorry, just to interrupt you. Ms. Kelly, just checking you're still online. We just had a few reception issues.
Looks like she's dropped off.
Dropped off completely. Okay. If we need to, we could potentially, if she rejoins, we might be able to have her without the camera on if she's got poor reception or Telstra problems. Just check. Let's check with the project team. We might just stand the matter down for just a few minutes because I noticed that the project officer has left the room. Just we might just come back at 20 past if we have to run a little bit over past 3 just to make sure she's got enough time. But we'll come back in 5 minutes and just make sure the IT is working properly.
Hello? Mm-hmm. Well, I'm back, but I can't see anything. Someone. Apologies, I don't know why I dropped out.
Oh, no, that's okay. No problem, Dr. Kelly. We just, I just from where we were up to, I think you froze at some point when you were making your submission. So the last part I had of the comments you were making was some concerns with the difficulty in the process and that there'd been a number of people involved in developing the project. So that's the last thing we heard about you. Sorry, from the part where you were up to in your submission.
Okay. Yeah, just the difficulty with the EPBC referral going up, then coming back down to Victoria because of the Commonwealth Victorian agreement to so that Victoria assesses its own project, and that SIAC is given the job to do that, and then the Minister for Planning takes SIAC's report and makes her or his decision. Yeah, I can't remember why I was talking about that now, but I think it was just probably I made a submission on this VMFRP group of projects because of my background in working with the Benwell and Guttram people who wanted better protection for that area, and my involvement in the central
Ms. Kelly, I'm just not sure if you can hear us. Oh, shit.
No. Just wait, and then
We'll just wait a little second and just see, but I might again give her the opportunity to turn her camera off if it helps. We might run a little bit past 3 o'clock. We'll see how we go.
Feline are working back then.
While we're waiting, I'm just checking if the proponents received the written documents from Mr. Black.
Not yet.
Okay, I might just get that tabled so
There's
that
nothing on email and nothing in the documents to be tabled folder.
yeah. I think it might have just gone to the project office. So I'll just get that tabled now so you've got access to that. Just checking again online if Dr. Kelly has appeared.
Yeah, I'll chance will stand down and she'll come back.
I know. What I could do is read out the submission from Mr. Black. I've asked them to table it, but I could just run through that now if we've got a bit of time. And then if Miss Kelly arrives, we'll jump back into her submission. Maybe that use the time. Okay, this is, I'm just reading from the handwritten notes that Mr. Black sent through, and I don't have his original submission number, but I'm just reading from the top now. So my name is Jeffrey Black. Oh no, we just had to do something to get Dr. Kelly, we've got you back again. Just a suggestion, because it looks like the internet might be a little bit unreliable. If we're happy if you want to turn your camera off, and that might save some bandwidth. And as long as you got your microphone on and we can hear you, if you disappear from talking, we'll call out and reconvene again. So that might help. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening because I'm plugged into the power, and I've got a full internet here.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I think it might. If you want to turn your camera off, it might just make it a little bit more reliable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you again. So the issue, it isn't easy to make a submission. It isn't easy to participate, as you would see by the very small amount of submissions that you get. I was going to thank you for the legal availability for legal advice that you offered. I didn't avail myself of that, but it was good to know it was there. Even though this is an ER, I don't really understand why it's an ER and not an EES for a national park. And I want to put it on the record that a national park like Gunbower should have got an ER, not an EES. And I also want to put on the record that it doesn't make me very happy or even proud of this process, in that someone can make a submission, they can speak to their submission, but when they read the SIAC report, that nothing that they say is included in it. And that happened for us with the VMFRP ER. It seems like you've got to have expert witnesses, and for small community groups or individuals, it's not very achievable with lack of finances to have expert witnesses. So this whole process is kind of balanced towards the proponent, and when the proponent is the government, that makes it even harder. But anyway, the offsets that this project is about, both the offset that the project is itself as a SIDLAM and the offsets that it has within it for loss of habitat, aren't good. The loss of trees, hollows, the way that the proponents have behaved is abominable in regards to their inadequate consultation and methods of consultation. Whenever they hear that there's community groups or individuals who object, they try and avoid them after that. Consideration of alternatives was inadequate. Today at Turrumbry, the MDBA River Murray data shows that 22,448 is flowing there. So water is coming into these areas right now. And if constraints were relaxed and impediments moved, these forests, these floodplains are floodplains. They don't need help of this infrastructure. And the cookie cutter program of VMFRP, where huge irrigation infrastructure is being put into these floodplains, like a cookie cutter, the same boring methods, antiquated methods of levy banks, regulators, is wrong. The cookie cutter methods, where the same stuff happens at Hattah, as Walpolla, as Naya, as Gunbower, these are all really individual places with individual hydrology and geology and biology and ecology. Like, they're not all the same. So to have the same kind of concepts used of containing water, directing it, and the change that's happening, it's not ecologically equivalent. And I would like the SIAC and the members to do as much as they can to tease that out. These are not ecologically equivalent. And the other thing I would really like to stress is that consideration of the do nothing. Well, no one says do nothing. Like, the status quo is not okay. These forests have been water has been kept out of these floodplains through management. And no one is saying let's manage it the same way. It needs to be managed better. But this solution of huge irrigation infrastructure is the wrong approach. It's not restoration. There's a lot of evidence to show it's not restoration, whether it's from ecologists, from the Wentworth Group, from the South Australian Royal Commission, from ecologists like Doug Frood and Damien Cook. Brett Walker called it pseudoscience. Taxpayers' money shouldn't be spent on pseudoscience. Richard Beasley called it a con job. So in the Weekly Times in the last few days, there's been an article saying that a whole lot of these VMFRP projects have been dropped, or whatever the word they used. So why are we even doing this ER? Like, are we just spending money? Is money that easy to come by that we can just waste it on it? And the Walpolla one is just being advertised like, so they haven't been dropped. They've just been moved across. And the fact that, I've always explained these VMFRP projects being pushed by the Victorian government like a freight train. And there's been nothing that has been able to stop that freight train. Not good evidence, not science, not local knowledge, not the economy of it, the wasteful overspending, and this is such an expensive way to get water back into the river. And let's not forget, these are part of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, a plan that John Howard put into place to stop the destruction and the dying off of the floodplain. $13 billion of our taxpayer money was put into the Murray-Darling Basin Plan.
Yeah,
and
Dr. Kelly, I'm just interrupting you momentarily. I think I made some comments at the start of your submission about things that have already been ventilated in other processes, and we're not looking to re-ventilate them today. So the basin plan and the funding and decisions about assessment processes, we're not focusing on them. We're trying to focus on the impacts of this particular project on the three
Thank you, Member
forests.
McMillan. I will try to remember who I'm speaking to. So the two issues I would like you to bring up with you is the new information. These projects were proposed over 10 years ago. Now, in that 10 years, there has been 3 large floods that have flooded the whole floodplain. The river is rising now the catchment is saturated and water is coming into these floodplains. The flooding effect that these barriers and embankments, levees, whatever you want to call them, they are going to interrupt the flow of that water and the ability of the floodplain to take on that water. So I want to bring up the issue that SIAC should consider, which is the effect of what these structures will do downstream. So will they flood other areas? So the Kundruk Perikuda project is known to have caused flooding further into the Warkul River and put homes in danger. The other issue is the listing of species. In the time that these projects have been considered, planned, and then the EPBC referral happened, there are species that have since been listed as endangered or critically endangered. For example, the pink cockatoo, or what some people have called the Major Mitchell cockatoo, and there are others. So I would specifically urge SIAC to ask whoever they need to what species have been upgraded, or you could call it downgraded, in their in their threatened in the listing. And this does happen with projects where you're actually working with outdated information, especially when they have such a long lead up time. And that has happened with these projects, is that they were proposed 10 years ago or more, thought up, high up in the bureaucracy, and they've taken so long to, you know, come through the system that things have changed in the meantime. Parameters have changed, the goalposts have changed, and therefore, you know, what are we considering here? Research has been come through, more research from ANU and places like that have shown the lack of need for these projects. We've got 90% fish loss across the basin, native fish loss. Now that is a well documented and talked about statistic. So you've got to see what effect are these projects having on fish, with fish being trapped, with black water events. The other thing is the speed of the water flow and the connection that these are going to interrupt. Specifically for Benwell and Guttram, they are going to they're going to put a barrier within the floodplain. So some areas will be watered, some won't, and you're going to have water pumped. And we may not read in the documents from the ER, the many pages and pages and pages, where is the information about the comparison between pumped water into a wetland, into a floodplain, or the trickling in, the gentle trickling in from an overbank event? I don't think that's been considered enough here. The project does threaten matters of national environmental significance. So it is surprising that there is not an EES, a more rigorous assessment process. And as I said, it's hard to know why millions and millions of dollars would be spent on a restoration project on Benwell and Guttram that weren't seen as worthy of a status upgrade during the River Red Gum VIAC investigation, and that seems incongruous. The primary purpose of these projects is to reduce environmental water recovery under the basin plan and offset around 40 gigalitres of the recovery target, which will have an effect on the whole river system. And that's not considered in the ER documents. The Victorian government's been pushing the project since the basin plan was made. And they will not provide ecological equivalence, which according to the Water Act, they must. And while they will enable emergency watering in times of severe drought, they will only water a tiny fraction of the floodplain, leaving whole huge areas in Victoria and New South Wales to desiccate and die. They are not a substitute for environmental water recovery. They have unresolved risks and are opposed by many First Nations and community members. Community members were never given the ability to help plan or co-design projects. They were shown, here's what we're doing. And if they showed any objection or any disapproval, then they were treated as pariah and not taken seriously. Which, you know, that it's very disappointing, and you would think in 2026 that kind of behaviour wouldn't happen, but it was quite you know, I think we'll look back on it and see and be really disappointed in the way it's all panned out, really. What would be better would be to have proper restoration, not engineering. These projects are part of just obfuscation and white-anting of the basin plan. I'll get off that now and I'll talk a little bit more about my submission.
Yeah, thanks.
So the loss of hollows is something that, you know, no matter how much talk and writing in those reports happens, the loss of hollows and the loss of large trees, you cannot replace that. You know, these trees take 160 years to form hollows, and in a large old tree, there are, you know, you can't just go and have a look with a camera, a telescopic camera, down at a hollow and think, oh, I've checked that tree. There's hundreds and thousands of hollows within a large old tree, from tiny, you know, millimetre wide to, you know, 2 feet in circumference. And if we keep removing hollows from our natural areas, you know, how can we even pretend that we care about extinctions? There's so many species that are hollow dependent in these ecosystems, and there's no way that a project that has so many other things against it, so many risks involved, so much wasted money, that the loss of hollows can be just not taken very, very, very seriously, as well as the holistic looking at all of the projects together and the loss of trees with the whole VMFRP projects all together. The fact fact that the borough project was eliminated because of a lack of proper assessment of the hydrology, and SIAC will be able to look at ER Central's paper, their report, and why the planning minister didn't. Well, I think in the end it was removed, wasn't it? But you should look into why, because to me that shows.
Dr. Kelly, we have reviewed the other reports in terms of the other packages that have already been completed.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
I'll move on from that point then. I'm going to scan through my submission. So the project should be rigorously assessed for its impact on the Murray River, both in the construction and the operation. It concerns me that the construction footprint, you know, we're all looking at the construction footprint. Oh, there it is. It's not much trees. Oh, it should be okay. But really, what you've really got to think about long term, you know, long term, what are all these damaging things going to do? What if it goes wrong? Who's going to control it? You know, which government body, which individuals are going to push, open, close? That is very concerning, the short-term and long-term management and operation of these projects. For Benwell and Guttram, they're such small areas, which makes loss of damage to their values, whether it's the vegetation removal or hollows, and just the interruption of the hydrology. It could be devastating for the animals and plants that live there. Bringing in all that foreign soil, whether it's soil from the floodplain in another area or from quarries. So what is in that soil? How many different types of soil are going to be used? And is there any, you know, is there going to be toxic things in that soil? Is there going to be weeds? So what are the ongoing? And I know that DECA and the CMAs, they like to use, and VMFRP, they like to use manage and mitigate. But for local people, manage and mitigate doesn't cut it. It doesn't meet the pub test, because it doesn't pass the pub test. Because, you know, we're the kinds of people who you know, who have done tree plantings and weeding and, you know, put in land care grants, and, you know, we're the people who are on the ground doing this stuff, and there's enough to do already. There's enough pest, plant and animal problems, and there's enough revegetation that needs to be done and restoration on land that needs that help. The fact that you are going to disturb and damage intact floodplain is just an abomination to us. So I really want you to consider strongly the voices that you're hearing that are saying these things, who have the on-the-ground knowledge that there's got to be some reason why you're getting objections. You know, maybe it's the wrong idea. Maybe someone should say stop. So you can see the headings in my submission. They are some general concepts, but also the compromise, the issues with connectivity, and Gunbower is a very large national park and has Ramsar listing to parts of it, which I still can't believe we're doing an ER for, but I'm hoping that this ER will be similar to an EES. You know, Victoria needs to look after these areas. We have to, it should be getting the highest level of assessment. And so I do hope that that is what is happening here. And I would also like to acknowledge the Barappa and Yorta people whose traditional lands these are, and acknowledge that they are often not listened to, and that they must be considering the damage that's going to be done to their cultural landscape in these projects. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about that. I'm sorry that in 2026 we would even consider doing anything like that. I'm ashamed of our government. I'm ashamed of the Victorian government that they would consider doing that. And we are, you know, the SIAC is sitting in NAIDOC week. It's NAIDOC week. The Victorian government is signing treaties, and I can only see hypocrisy here in the way that these projects are being forced on. So back on to the EPBC Act and the matters of national environmental significance. Unfortunately, we know the EPBC Act is weak. Our environmental laws are weak. So, you know, I'm wasting my time putting in this submission and speaking to you today with optimism and hope that although our laws are weak, that this process may have a good outcome. So fauna species like the superb parrot, the painted honeyeater, the Australian bittern, the Australian long-eared bat, growling grassfrog, and many other species that do occur in this area and need that habitat. They need it intact. They need it functioning. They need the cues that come from overbank events, the gentle trickling in of the water. They don't need regulators and pumps and the falseness that is these projects. The fact that the engineers think that this is ecologically equivalent is just mind-boggling. So also the critically endangered and vulnerable species under the EPBC Act. Curry cod and silver perch and trout cod. It's sad to think that, you know, once prolific species that we all ate regularly, that we may not ever be able to eat again. The way things are going, some of these species that fishermen catch are going to have to be, you know, might be able to catch them for 2 weeks a year. They're going to need to have bans on them like we do with crayfish. The fish management plan, you know, it's almost a joke having a fish management plan if you're going to consider putting in projects like this that are going to have such detrimental effect on water quality, water flow, connectivity, and then you're going to have a fish management plan. It's almost pantomime. There's acknowledged risks to fish. Acknowledged risks. What we've done currently to river management for fish, and I'm just repeating what I've heard from fish experts, is you know, everything we've done with river management so far has made the Murray cod unhappy. Putting in weirs, making the water colder, making the water not flow, pretty much everything. And yet here we are continuing with this engineering concept of having to take over, having to change, having to put in structures. It's whereas other areas are rewilding rivers and creeks and streams. The Victorian government is continuing with engineering. I wanted to talk about the migratory species. It's really significant that our migratory species use the wetlands and Ramsar sites. And with the bird flu coming, we're going to need these places, and we're going to need healthy populations of migratory species to hold on to species that may be very, very impacted by this bird flu. Ramsar wetlands, the Gunbower Kundruk Paracuda complex should be protected.
Just, I know we did have some cut-offs with the IT, but you've probably got about maybe 10 more minutes left if there's any other sort of major points you want to make in your submission.
Yeah, thank you. Just in the time that's lapsed since these projects were developed and the EPBC referrals happened, a lot of time has lapsed. And what I've found is that, if changes have been made to plans, it often hasn't gone back to the community. I think I've talked enough about them being expensive and wasteful. You're not going to listen if I talk about alternatives, so I'll skip that over. The concerns of environment groups, regulators. Oh, it's good to see they're maybe going to put in a fishway, but they didn't talk about having a fishway in some of these VMFRPs. So hopefully they will put in fishways. I wonder if the National Parks Act is being looked at, because this land on which the project occurs is owned and managed by Parks Victoria. And from what I can see, there's been a real lot of, hierarchy and pushing to the side of flora and fauna and Parks Vic, all to push these projects forward. And they are national parks, which that have particular objects of what national parks are for. So there's significant clearing of native vegetation, and despite the measures taken to avoid and minimise impacts to native vegetation, it's not feasible to construct the required infrastructure without removing native vegetation. It says that in the documents. So in conclusion, the Gunbower Floodplain Restoration Project, as with the other 8 VMFRPs, that they are all expensive and risky and damaging. I want to register my objection to them, particularly to the Benwell and Guttram projects, which I think are just over-engineering to an extreme degree. And I hope you can visit those places, or I think you already have.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
You're very fortunate to be able to go there, and I know you would have seen And I hope you go back and have a look more, because it does take time to really get a feel for these places. Yeah, I think the VMFRP is a rogue project, and it's not restoration, and in fact it's not chivalrous to save 14,000 hectares of high ecological value floodplain, but delegate the remaining to death. I think in the long term these will be seen as terrible ideas. I hope they never built. And you know, it's not the first time that crazy idea has got much further than it should have got. The bilateral agreement between the Commonwealth and the Victorian government is a big problem in our nature laws, and in this case may produce very perverse outcomes that cannot be rectified. These are permanent projects. You can't reverse anything about these. You can't, once you build those big levee banks and these regulators and put spillways and rock and concrete and steel in these beautiful, sensitive floodplains, you cannot take it out. So, you know, it's going to really break the heart of many people to see these areas damaged like this when there are alternatives. And I know you don't want to hear me talk about that, but you know, it's almost impossible not to, because that is what makes these even more sinister, and one day I think they'll be seen as criminal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kelly. And thank you for your patience persevering with the IT. I know it's been a bit tricky, but I think we've obviously understand your submissions and your concerns about the project. I'll just check with Member Elliott if she had any questions for you.
Just a quick one of clarification. When you mentioned a number of times you would rather see proper restoration, not engineering, when you say proper restoration, do you mean to just leave it to itself?
No, I think I said that the do nothing, that's not what we want. There's lots of things these areas need. And when they were made parks and national parks and reserves, even though Benwell and Guttram wasn't, it should have been. There's plenty of things. If you look at the management plan, the Parks Victoria's management plan for these forests, there's plenty of things in there, and they need millions of dollars of funding. And that's where this is even more perverse, because the millions of dollars that these projects are spending could be put into Parks Victoria and could be put into the management of these floodplain forests. Track rationalisation, firewood, illegal firewood cutting, revegetation, pest, plant and animal, better management of the water, restoration of wetlands, some thinning work. There's many things that need to be done in the real restoration of these areas, but they are functioning, living, healthy floodplains. They don't need engineering.
Thanks, Dr. Kelly.
Okay. And Member Bates, did you have any questions for Dr. Kelly?
No, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Kelly, thanks very much for your time today, and appreciate you coming along. We've got, just for the benefit of everyone in the room and online, we're going to reschedule to start at 11:30 tomorrow morning to give the proponent a little bit more time to respond to the documents. And just an update on what I know where things are at the moment. I understand that the submission from Mr. Black has been sent through now, and that the annotations from Ms. McKay are going to be sent through in approximately 30 minutes, and that email came through about 10 minutes ago, so maybe by about 3:30. I haven't heard anything yet from DECA, so I've just asked the office to follow that up, and as soon as we see anything come through, there'll be an opportunity to respond. And if we have to, I don't really want to say this, but if there's something that has to be followed up in writing, if they can't provide a response before tomorrow at 11:30, then we'll arrange a process around that. Okay, there was nothing else from the committee. Was there any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, and just for anyone online, does anyone else have any questions before we close for the day? Okay, well, thank you everyone, and thanks to everyone who's come along in person or online to make submissions today. It's been useful to understand the perspective of different community members and a broad sort of range of perspectives on the project. So we'll see everyone online tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. And I'm just checking in with Mr. O'Farrell if you had a timing for when you think the written submission might be circulated, or is it just going to be close to 11:30?
I think it'll be close-ish.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we might just deliver it live. That's okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah, okay, no problem. All right, we'll see everyone then. Thank you.